kuwa in this movement, we have to harm ourselves. We have to create a security group, as our security system, because the government have already shown us unwillingness to protect us. Even as they're using our taxpayers' money with the guns that we buy, the uniform, we are paying them salary, but blatantly they have just ignored and don't care about our lives. It is very good, perfect. NPS, DCI, they have distanced themselves about the kidnappings and the killings. Perfect. But now, they have also shown us that they don't have the interest in investigating, and that they don't have interest in pursuing those quote-unquote goons. Perfect. So who are we left with? We are left with Kenyans and the goons who are on the loose. So tunasema we are going for those goons. Sababu sinyi mmesema si nyinyi. Please, if you are here, any moment ambao watu wanakuja wanataka kidnap, don't take it easy. Don't just surrender. Create commotion. Piga nduru. Shika mtu. Kama unaweza kuuma ko kabisa, usiachilie. Shika the balls. Usiendelee kufinya while you are screaming. Kama uko mahali karibu na duka, ingia kwa hiyo duka, shika counter, wacha wangane kukuvuruta pamoja na hiyo counter, vitu ziharibike dukani, then unakuwa na create commotion. Kama uko kwa street kuna gari imepakiwa, shikilia mlango moja ya gari, ngangana mpaka hata hiyo mlango uivunje hiyo handle, then the owner of the car pia atakuwa yeye pia anakuwa involved because kuna damage ambayo imefanyika. Na if you are any Kenyan, ukiwa unapita mahali ambapo kuna commotion, please spare your 5 minutes. Get involved, scream, throw some objects kwa hiyo gari. Any object around you. Chupa ya maji, mawe, nini, rushia hiyo gari. Make sure kwamba you create commotion until those abductors are able now to identify themselves. That is action number 1. Let us stop these abductions. These are not constitutional way of arresting someone. These are goons. And we have to deal with goons the way we are supposed to deal with the goons. There is no other term, there is no other terminology, there is no other language of how to deal with goons. They say impunity begets impunity. That is 1. 2, tunasema kwamba we will start now identifying those masked men doing these atrocities. We want to unmask their faces. We know. Then now we will go and reveal their identities, and we start visiting one by one. I thank God some lawyers are here. They will agree with me kwamba citizen arrest is allowed in this country. And in even a worse scenario, tumeona a lot of mob justice, na polisi wanakuja wanachukua tumwili wanasema it was a mob justice case na hakuna mtu atashikwa. So if in a worse scenario, those abductors are subjected to mob justice, that is okay. Now, I see there is, I want another thing about tunataka sasa kufanya. Because tunasema kwamba tunatafuta solutions. We want to pinpoint all our problems. Tuachana hata na mambo ya sijui punitive taxes, sijui mambo ya dani, mambo ya nini. Tuseme about the kidnapping, abduction na lives ambao imepotea. Tuongea hata kware. We don't need to leave that thing. We have to hold this government responsible. Now, I would want any lawyer here. Tuje tulizane maswali. When government fail to protect people, how do we measure? 50 people, 100 people, because hizi tuko na more than 2,000 cases. When you go to the records of these human rights defenders, they will tell you, is this not enough? What should we do as Kenyans, hata kama tunasema tuna IBC? My opinion is, we now want to petition to tume kwanza, to parliament. Parliament wanajua kuimpeach. So wanajua kuimpeach. Now we want to impeach Ruto based on fail to protect the lives of Kenyans. Quarry cases, the bodies that are lying 600 in the mortuary, and all other cases we put together and we table. We don't need to ambia mambo ya corruption, mambo nini, wacha hata kwanza hiyo tuachane nayo. Tukuja hapa kwa lives. Because I believe that the mandate, the core mandate of every government first is to protect the life and the citizen. And whereas they have failed, that should be declared a failed state. I don't know whether I'm wrong. So please, Baraka, I know kwamba uko busy. Thanks for honoring the invite. Kindly request the mic. Then you can give us on this legal aspect, even as we are doing the streetwise and arming ourselves to protect ourselves. Because now we need to start working on things that is giving us solutions. We have to go to the streets, lakini we have to protect ourselves. We are talking of Maverick Aoko, who is still missing. Some information about tunapata, tunaambiwa because at some point she attacked Sapantuya. Oh yes, welcome Baraka.
Yeah, you could make the question a bit more clear for me to answer properly.
Okay, thank you. My question is, can Kenyans impeach the president on the failure to protect Kenyans? We have seen a lot of abduction killings. Many Kenyans are being killed. And the president, we have almost 2,000, 3,000 cases, maybe they can be more. If these things are compiled and put together, is that not enough to either impeach the president or even declare a failed state? Is it not the core mandate of government to protect the citizen and their property? And when they failed, is that not enough to say it is a failed state?
I'll answer it. Constitutionally, it's only the National Assembly which can begin the process of removing the president by impeachment. So the process is similar, and I might actually say it's what happened to Rigiji is what will happen if you wanted to remove the president. So only a member of parliament, supported by a third of the members of parliament, that is the National Assembly, can move for the motion to impeach the president. And yes, the grounds that you have listed are valid, because if Rigiji was impeached for those flimsy charges, Ruto is worse, and there's more evidence in regards to him violating provisions of the constitution and statutory laws. And also there is also gross misconduct in the way that he has conducted himself, especially on June 25th. That speech was, I would term, serious gross misconduct from a sitting president, calling his citizens criminals and also promising to clamp down on them. And I think there are so many other things that we can actually use in removing the president by impeachment. If we were seated in parliament, I believe if somebody can go to my pinned tweet, you'll see I talk about recalling MPs and how a mass recall of MPs can actually pave the way for a removal of the president by impeachment, President Ruto specifically. Because if you recall enough MPs, you can actually remove the president if the MPs now you've put in are in agreement. But that requires a lot of mobilization, that requires a lot of organization, and also it requires a lot of education within ourselves and within the mass, within ourselves in the spaces of those who are convicted, and also outside there to those who are not necessarily against the idea of recalling MPs, but who make them understand that this is something, the impeachment of the MP, it's something that is good for us, it's something that's good for them, it's something that's good for our country. And I think that's the problem we are facing even here on this app, where, for example, our friends are abducted, but instead of, for some of us, we'll be there in the police stations, we'll be we are trying to make pushes online, but you find some people are like that this is not something that they're interested in, quote unquote, because it's somebody they do not like, or it's somebody that they do not know. Like for example, in the situation of RAS, where you find that some people are sort of like they're not interested, they're disinterested. So it becomes a situation where my struggle in my local constituency could help us impeach our president, because if we have the mood in my local constituency at home, in Bomachoge Church constituency, which is in Kisii County, and also in my locale where I stay currently in Langata constituency, and we recall all these MPs, and also make sure that we have MPs who in the next uh, few months, when and if IEBC is formed, which is also an area of contention that we also are apprehensive about, uh, and we have actually been thinking, should we start pushing for it in the streets? Should we start, because the court process is ongoing to facilitate the same, but that pressure on the ground can also be helpful to realize the same. So yes, we can remove the president by impeachment, but only the members of parliament can help us. But we know the members of parliament are an extension of the presidency. So we have to remove this extension of the presidency of Ruto and his tyranny. And by removing that tyranny, we might actually save ourselves from a lot of things. And it can actually be a way of doing the civic education we keep talking about, and the political education. Because if you're going out to your constituency, wherever you are, in Nakuru, in Laikipia, in Isiolo, in Mandera, in Kimilili, wherever constituency you are in, it becomes a situation where you're actually informing the masses of the bills that we are fighting against, the abductions that our MPs, most of them, at least I will say 99% of them, don't talk against these issues unless it's convenient for them. MPs from the NASA, the Azimio side, who are talking against them now that they are quote unquote in the government. They're no longer talking about Boni being abducted, Ras being abducted, and this guy, how is he? What's the name of this guy? The Pio Wandai guy, Gabriel Oguda. They're no longer talking about our plight. They're actually even castigating us even more. And even Kina Pauline Njoroge, now they're in government here on this app. I'm talking about people on this app. Now that they're in quote unquote in government, they are not talking about our plight. So if we can actually sensitize people across the country of our plight as we recall our MPs, or as we prepare to recall our MPs, because that's what I'm doing in my local constituency, as I prepare to have, because I already started that process of recalling my MP, but because of this issue with the IBC and having written to them and getting a response that there has to be a chairman or a commission for them to process the same. It was a situation where obviously they're frustrating because they should even accept the signatures and certify them while we wait for the commission, but they refuse to do so. So for me, I'll continue to prepare to impeach, to recall my MP, and then if we get into an election, if I'm in the ballot or somebody else is in the ballot, who we can support on push for, or I can campaign for myself and with others, get into that parliament, then becomes a situation where we can actually make the petition, because nobody is willing to do so in the current parliament, and then bring the change we want, not necessarily having to wait for 2027. Yeah, I think you will let me leave, Fabish, because I had other things going, but I hope I've tried to answer you as much as possible.
Thank you so much, Baraka. You have indeed answered even more than expected. Thank you so much for honoring the invite, even at your busy schedule. Thanks also to the Law Society of Kenya. You guys are doing tremendous work. You have stood with the movement. You have stood with Kenyans. When the history of this nation will be written, I think your name will be among the top. Thank you so much, Baraka. Always, you are on these spaces, giving us advice and opinions on legal matters. So yes, we are continue. We want to strengthen the movement, and now we are saying that we want to protect ourselves. We don't think that there is anything wrong in constitution for Kenyans to protect themselves against the arm when the government is failing to protect them. So when we go to other spaces, people want to tell us that that is outside the constitution, that is, being violent, but we don't know which one is violent, being killed or by protecting yourself. So Thank you so much, Baraka. Asante sana. Wakati wote unakaribishwa. When we are having the space, join us and inject. Let's continue sharing. You see, on that legal matters, of course, we don't have serious parliament. If we had serious parliament, Ruto could not be the president. President and the parliament are our enemies. We elected parliament to oversight the executive, but now they went and sleep in the same bed. Kenyans are left alone. When we call you to come on the street, you think it is a joke. When we say that we are at war, Kenyan is at war. Kenya is at war. Citizen versus the regime who are ready to kill, destroy, so that they can continue reaping this country. We must say no as Kenyans. We must arm ourselves as the regime. Arm to protect yourself. You are not arming to kill or distract our fellow citizens. But we want to protect ourselves and our fellow citizens. So today, we continue strengthening the movement. Tuendelee na civic education. We want members to join. Tutaanza kufanya recruitment. Tujue wale ambao wanafanya civic education. Wale ambao like Baraka, our constitutional lawyers, watakuwa na deal na matters constitution, and then the political wing and the military wing. Yes, I say the military wing. I know some people, they don't want to hear when we say revolution need military. Of course, they need military to protect. We cannot be going to the street and then we end up being killed like chickens. So we will need a military wing. We need to make statement to tell this government that we are conscious now. You cannot continue killing us. Before we finish with 5 Subarus, it is when they understand the magnitude of the movement. 11/11 is looming, and we are prepared. Let's continue engaging. Share the space, retweet, wacha tukue na Wakenya, tukae tuzungumze. Tuache mambo ya kudanganyana, mambo ya kuhold big wigs spaces and come and give cosmetic, in a polished languages. That is not a revolution. Tumetoka huko. Parliament was supposed to endelea with those Spanish language, but they have failed. The regime has failed to honor the constitution. So Kenyans are left to struggle to fight for their survival. Yes, Daniel.
Yeah, I'm saying, I think I don't think even the guys that Ruto was putting together, Kina Farouk, I don't think they ever anticipated people saying tutachoma hizo gari zao. Like I think they thought itakuwa kama the days of Moi, kila mtu atakimbia kwa nyumba waanze kuongea in hushed tones, kusema oh my god. I don't think they anticipate the generation they're dealing with, like watu watachoma hizo gari, like even I know hizo gari zitachoma. Like I think somewhere deep down, I don't think the same way Ruto never anticipated June 25th. Hata wachukua at some point watu watakuwa like watu watuachisha ujinga, because I don't think Ruto really genuinely understands that he is not dealing with our parents. I don't think he understands. I think deep down he thinks he's still dealing with our parents, like those guys who nilikuwa nasikia ilikuwa inaitangwa period, ilikuwa inaitwa nini, special branch or something. I used to hear my uncles speaking harsh tones about those guys. And I think genuinely this guy, because he lived in that age and he thrived in that age, I think he genuinely believes tutatoroka na tuogope na tukwe tu huku tumeshtuka hata tuwezi ongelesha watu kwa barabara. Mimi naona hizo gari zikichomwa. Kwanza mimi naona hizo gari zikichomwa.
No, hizo gari zitachomwa, na tumesema please, kama uko hapa usipite mahali ambao unaona commotion, kuna mtu anataka kuwa abducted. You don't need even to know that person. Usiulize anywhere there is commotion, unaona kuna mtu ako whether you are a lady, whether you are a man, the first thing you do, you just scream. Don't even ask question. First scream and throw objects. Baadaye sasa ndio utakuja kuuliza what was happening. Hivyo ukipita tu mahali kwa street, kwa boma ya mtu, uone kuna commotion na unaona kuna Subaru hapo, first thing you do, start screaming, start throwing objects. Baadaye sasa ndio uulize what was happening by the way. This is how to deal with this rogue regime. Na wakati kuna hiyo commotion, vijana wale mko karibu, uko na pocket knife, uko na wembe, uko na nini, jaribu kata hiyo tire, deflate the tires hapo hapo kwanza, ikuje chini. Kukiendelea commotion, jaribu fungue hiyo tank, tupa kiberiti ndani, tupa kiberiti ndani. If mukipata hawa watu kama ni moja, you can take him to somewhere and discuss with him in a low tone voice, in a language that they will understand. You know what I mean? Discuss with them in a low tone voices, somewhere in a corner. The information that you will squeeze out of them, you bring, we amplify. That should be the norm. Maverick Aoko, whereabout until now, is not known. Soipan Tuya, CS in charge of security. Maverick Aoko tweeted a controversial tweet. And from that tweet, ikamleta hizi shida. That's why she's missing. So we are allowed to think outside the box. That Soipan Tuya, wherever you are, you cannot tell us that you don't know about the missing of Maverick Aoko. William Ruto and his rogue regime, they don't want to be criticized. They want to silence the voices. So I'm talking here. Mahali Soipan Tuya yuko, come out clear and tell us, convince us that you are not part of it. Yes. Yes. Let's keep us propaganda, but come and clear your name. It is out on the public. The Twitter Maverick Aoko made against Soipan Tuya some few days before abduction raised a lot of suspicion about Soipan Tuya. We will be calling out as it is. Hakuna cha kubembelezana. Maverick Aoko is not a terrorist. An armed woman, just with her fingers tweeting on the space, and you feel her as a threat. Na unamwendea with Subaru, with guns, armed to the teeth, men, just for a lady who is not armed herself even with a knife. What a shame. So let's continue also. This is the best thing that we can do. Watu wote ambao tuko hapa, take 30 seconds, please. I beg you. I beg you. Maverick Aoko, she has a family, she has kids. Can you be in the shoes of her kids? Please, take 30 seconds. Just tweet. Hashtag for Maverick Aoko. Everybody here. Tuanzie hapo. Let's advocate for that fact, even as we are planning other things. Just take 30 seconds. You can use this page. Free Maverick Aoko. Hashtag stop abduction. Hashtag Ruto must go. Let's do that, please. Let's do it. 30 seconds, everyone. Let's do it. And let's keep on sharing the space so that we can have as many Kenyans joining. We cannot normalize killings and abduction in this country. Request the mic. Let's discuss as Kenyans. Ladies, bring your voices. We need to hear. Tell us. It is even, like Mavi Naoko, among the few ladies who have been vocal.
Publish.
Yes.
Those hashtags should also include 1111 and the ideals we have. 1111, Ruto must go. And then don't forget June 25th movement. June 25th, very important, because that is what will lead us to what we are looking for. And then eventually we're going to transform it into a political party after we get government. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for everyone who is tweeting. Yeah, let's continue pushing the hashtag. Mavi Naoko, one of the few ladies who have been vocal. This government, vile wamezoea uongo, wamekuwa wakituambia about two-third gender rule. But you are suppressing the voices for those even vulnerable ladies that amekuja tu kukua vocal. Why is that parity that you keep on preaching to us? A big shame. So, Kenyans, we must stand and protect our democracy. We have been having peaceful revolution, but the government is trying to make it impossible. And when you make peaceful revolution impossible, you make violent revolution inevitable. No two ways about it. So yeah, continue requesting the mic. Kuja, tell us. We need collective voices. Request the mic. Share the space. Tweet. Free Mavi Naoko. Let us push the hashtag. Yeah. Request the mic. Justus, come tell us. Raul G. Daniel, do you need to add anything?
Fabish. Fabish. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I have a question I wanted to ask about Maverick Aoko. Maverick Aoko. There was this exposure she was doing about the ODM parliamentarians who have kind of paid her to be with her, including Bandy. Now you're Minister for Finance. Could they be involved in this thing? Because I'm not just seeing the recent events. There's some exposition she was doing before about Bandy, about whoever, which was very personal. So I think once these guys got into power, now is their time to reiterate, among other reasons. Why?
Even the one that she made for 2 years was too personal.
It's very
Let's hear from a very reason. Let's hear from our lady first, Elida Way. Welcome. Elida.
Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk. Actually, I'm a Kenyan. I've been observing the things that are happening in the country with so much sadness and just perplexity. I mean, this is not what Kenya fought for. I mean, Ruto is taking us back to dark times. And the tragedy is that they are abducting people and people are just silent. During the Gen Z revolution, so many Gen Z came out. That is the time everyone in Kenya should have come out and supported the Gen Z. That is the time we should all have come out. And, I don't know if I once tweeted that, going to the street continuously, they are killing young people, they are killing us, they are abducting us. What about, I even just suggested, we should think, we should kind of think, we should be strategic. And I was just thinking, how about if we just decide we are downing our tools? We don't go to the office. We know we'll all suffer. We won't get a salary. By the way, people are working. I have a friend who is working at NSSF. She is paying, she's taking nothing home. So actually, this, you're working for the government and you're not taking anything home. What if we all just down our tools? This government will not collect any taxes, and you, even just for a week, 2 weeks, and we just decided we are all in this together. Because I think, sit in. We don't go out to the street, we're sitting in. I think that would work, instead of because we have people who are ruthless. We don't know who is. Apparently, Ruto is even working with Museveni. He's hired people from Uganda, or even during the last Gen Z demo, there were even people who were spotted, Americans who were spotted on the street. So this killing. What do you think? What is your opinion? If we Kenyans, we just educate people, we all decide we are not going to work because there's even no point of working. What are people working for? What are we actually working for? To sustain this regime, this rogue regime that has no respect for human life. Kidnapping people. What have they done to this young lady? What have they done to Maverick? Where is she? And people are just quiet. They will keep on kidnapping people, and next time, when they've taken all of us, who will speak for us? Who is going to speak? So I think we must just all come up with a strategic how to take this government down. And I think the best place to hit them is financially, so that they won't have any taxes to collect. Me, that is that's what I'm thinking, because I'm just so tired of seeing young people bloodshed. And these people, they don't actually, they're just ritualists. They don't care. That's all I can say. I don't know what you people think.
Fabish, I can hazard that thought about from a leader. Wait.
Yeah.
I think it's a very good thought. Sitting in. Meanwhile, before we go the military, or I don't want to call it military. It is not violent. Is what? From civil revolution, you go to what? Now, before we go there, a sitting would be better than going out on the street. I'm in 100% agreement with Ways. But as we continue with this hashtag also, let's remember everybody. For example, even Mwangi Boniface has done a lot for the movement. In his own way, he may have been funded by a different organization, but Mwangi always comes out. So Boniface is also, has he been found yet? At least maybe for Boniface, he has a very senior friend in retired emeritus Chief Justice Mutunga. So Mutunga kind of helps him on legal matters. But Maverick, I don't know if she has anybody. So, but let's put hashtag everybody. Let's not revision history like Ruto did the other day during Maandamano. Revision history and said that, oh, Mekatilili wa menza, sijui akafanya nini, sijui nani from Kisumu, sijui from Busia, and forgot Kimathi. Of all people, everybody in this world knows who the British feared most was Kimathi. And when they arrested him, they killed him. But you go there waxing really about how a lot of heroes fought for independence. This is like we in Twitter here, just talking, but not taking action. Kimathi did take the action. The Land and Freedom Party, Land and Freedom movement. That is what was nicknamed Mau Mau. Actually, we people of Mulima want to refuse that Mau Mau term. We were a land and freedom army. Thank you. So yeah, I agree with the elder, 100%. Sitting could be a tool for the time being.
Yeah, as Kenyans now, this is the time to stand and say no to impunity and have action. We cannot wait. There is no time. There is no laxity. We cannot tolerate. And yet we are told about the constitutionalism. When the people who are sworn by that constitution themselves, they are not adhering to it, saying no. There is no peaceful revolution now because we have had peaceful revolution and they did not give it a space. So when you fight a peaceful revolution, that means violence becomes inevitable. People are arming to protect themselves. If you are a victim, don't allow to be abducted silently. Scream, cause commotion, do whatever you can. If you have pocket knife, use it. If you have sharp nails, use it. Go on someone's throat, go on someone's eye. Hold the balls. Hold those balls while you are screaming louder. Any Kenyan who is passing by, whenever you hear there is commotion that someone wants to be abducted, you don't need to know the person. Just you observe the environment, kwamba ni commotion, mtu anataka kuwa abducted. Your first reaction, start screaming. Start throwing object. Chupa ya maji, kiatu, mawe, nini. Throw the objects onto that Subaru. Cause commotion. And you that you are being abducted, hold on to anything. Naenda kwa duka iliyo karibu, vutana nao, naenda kwa hiyo duka. Ingia ndani, shikilia kitu kwa hiyo duka. Then my customers na wenye hiyo duka, they will be part of the commotion. If uko kwa street kuna gari hapo, shikilia hiyo mlango. Usitaki kujua hiyo gari ni ya nani, shikilia while screaming. And let us, Kenyans, let us support each other. When you hear someone screaming, you don't need to know that person. Now, don't buy kwamba mara uambie kwamba ni mwizi. Sema no, hata kama ni mwizi, who are you ambao mnataka kumshika? Can you identify yourself? Yes, ni mwizi, ni armed robber, no problem. Can you identify first yourself? Tunakubali kwamba ni mwizi. Hebu identify ndio tujue mnampeleka police station gani. Even as we want to come identify huyu mwizi, tujue kama ni huyu au amekuwa kituangaiza. Demand for accountability. Don't allow, don't normalize abduction, that someone is being abducted while you are watching and videoing it. Ndio kuja hapa tuanze kupush hashtag. Say no to that. Cause commotion. And when commotion is going on, vijana ambao mko karibu, throw stones kwa hiyo gari, vunjeni madirisha, vunjeni. Ukiweza, kuna petroli hapo, rusheni hapo ndani. Tukichoma 2-3, then now there will be order. Waswahili wanasema dawa ya moto ni moto. You come with firewood, then now you bring matchbox and petrol. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, let's continue sharing the space in your DMs, in your TL, in your groups, WhatsApp group, Telegram. Wacha tukue na, many voices as we can. I see my new co-host, Ayabei, karibu, and then please, after submission, mpatie the next speaker, Yasa KY.
Thank you sana, Fabish. Acha nisalimia the people on the speaker panel, the co-host Roji, and all the listeners. I hope you've all had a good day and a lovely evening. This conversation is very interesting. Nitapatia Yasa kwanza ongee, kisha mimi nitarudi na submission yangu. Yasa.
Thank you so much, my guys. Na this is a great platform. Kitu tu mimi nataka kuemphasize more ni Fabianski Kenye unasema manze. We are so afraid as citizens. We are so afraid to an extent. Tunabdaktiwa na wase wana watch tu. Na hii gava yetu imemaster the art of being narcissists. Watudanganye, watucheze, they play games around. Ukiangalia what Boniface Mwangi did, they play the word of divide and rule. Kumshika yeye jeopardized everything. Ukiangalia what happened jana pale Stanchat, makarau na magari zilikuwa mob kushinda even the people who are going for marathon. So this shows the government is so fearful. They are afraid of its citizens. Na pia sisi citizens, sisi tuko afraid manze. We have to make sure, we have to know that sisi ndo we hold everything. Gone are the days when people used to be abducted, then it takes 3 days ndo mtu ajulikane, it takes a week kwa sababu mwenye anashikwa Kisii nikiwa Nairobi siwezi jua. Lakini right now we have tools, we have social media platforms. Na kitu mimi ninaweza sema ni tuanze kutoka huku nje. If it is all about being to katae even paying taxes, because we cannot be paying taxes to a government which doesn't listen. We've had Japheth Koome up to now hajashikwa, hajafanyiwa anything. Over 63 people wamekufa, nothing has been said. Kindiki ndo huyo, we all know yeye alikuwa ni lawyer wa the president himself. Sahi amekuwa proposed as being the DP. Mnafikiria watu wanaweza fanya vitu aina gani? If Kindiki can go to the ICC and defend President Ruto kwa kusema this guy does not kill over 2,000 people, what do you think anaweza fanya now sahi venye wako pamoja, they walk hand in hand? We have to wake up together. They have so many things ambazo wanaziweka, wanazilaunch into mixing us na confusing us. So sahi we need kila msee, wherever you are, whichever department you are, we need to hold these people hostages, because kitu have seen this government doing, they will launch the issue of impeachment of DP, watalaunch issue ya SHA, watalaunch issue ya maisha namba, watalaunch vitu zingine to confuse Kenyans. So we need to raise our voices together na sisi wase tuangalie kama ni mambo na SHA, professionals wa health tushughulikie huko. Kama ni mambo na accountability, wase professionals wa accountability, let's focus on that. Kama ni mambo na human rights, wase wa human rights, to focus on that. Every department inafaa ikuwe na wase so that these people can see sisi tuko pamoja. Lakini they launch all these things, they come washike Boniface Mwangi, wakuje walete Morara anatokea tu out of the blue, sijui amepigwa, sijui what is happening. We need to join hands together na tuache hizi vitu zote zenye gava inafanya, because if we don't, then Farouk Kibet atakuwa na abduct kila msee venye inasemekana hapa hivi, and all this is instilling fear, because the more fear is instilled to Kenyans, the more we are fucked up, the more we don't even know how to do. Kitu ingine, guys, tuchukue ID. We cannot be speaking about the issue of removing Ruto into power and we don't have IDs. Kuna digital ID yenye nakuja nayo in terms of controlling people. These are the platforms zenye tunafaa kuzikataa. Digital ID itatusaidia nini? Digital ID ukiangalia Kenya nzima, access ya internet iko at 27%. So if we are going to do things digital, hakuna kitu yote itatusaidia. Only 27% of Kenyans will benefit. So tuchukue ID. Let's empower Kenyans. Let's do civic educations. Let's understand the right of a voter. Manake mkiangalia Kenyan government ama Kenya venye tumekuanga, mambo na civic education about who to employ or who to vote for ina happeningi 6 months to elections. And down 6 months to elections, hapo ndo time yenye corruption inaanza, maboys wanapewa mapesa, watu wanakuwa mobilized, people get confused because you only have 3 to 6 months to decide who is a good person and who is not a good person. We need to be doing civic education from the start. Msana ingia hivi tu kwa nini, kwa power, we start harvesting manifesto yake anafanya nini. Those 100 days haifai kuwa tu ni vitu zinasemekana tu. Then we need to drive our own narratives. Tukiangalia most of the narratives inadriviwanga na politicians, most of the narrative inadriviwa na media houses. Si tunabaki hapo kama wa Kenya. They're the ones who control. They're the ones who control what we see on Citizen. They're the ones who control what we see on KTN. Hizi narratives zote ziko controlled by them. We need to control our own narratives. We need to plan our own selves, and we need to call out these people. Japheth Koome mwenye amemada wase anafaa kuholiwa accountable. Hii story ya sijui people came from Uganda, people came from other countries to come as soldiers. It's real. Hisi kitu ya uongo. People came from these other places. That's why umeona msa anashutiwa. We are looking, tunaenda kwa database, hawase wapatikani. These people were foreigners and they've been working. If you all don't know, Museveni funded Ruto kwa previous government, previous election. Na hiyo funds inatoka kwa nani? Kwa Museveni. So they have to work together. Lastly, you've seen the political bigwigs joining hands together, not only in Kenya. Mnakumbuka Samia alikuja Kenya, mnakumbuka Museveni alikuja Kenya, mnakumbuka Kagame, all these people. East Africa is joining hands. Manake they realize wa Kenya tunasimama and East Africa we are uprising. If we don't wake up, if we fear to die, then tutamalizwa hivyo hivyo. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that you don't know is when your death will come. You'd rather death yako ikuje kuokoa country than having a death which is being a coward. We need to speak. Aoko amepotea now 1 week. Who is speaking about it? Who is handling these issues? Hizi threats zenye tunapewa every single day. Tunaishi maisha ya kuzima simu, unawasha, unazima simu, unawasha, just because you fear a state, a country that we can be able to hold hostage. We've done it before. June 25th, tulifanya hii mambo vizuri, tukahold na tukabring into a stance. It is not late. It is not too late. We can be able to hold hands and let's sure nafanya mambo na civic education so that unajua the right of an MCA, unajua MCA kazi yake ni nini, unajua MP kazi yake ni nini, governor kazi yake ni nini, women rep kazi yake ni nini. If we all don't know all these roles and these positions, then come 2027 Ruto atakuja tuna another way of convincing Kenyans, and that's how to take share. Thank you so much.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, my question is, like everyone is looking to 2027 that we're going to remove these people from power. But there's a saying that says that he who counts, Kenyans, I really believe Kenyans want a change, and many of them will go out and want to vote this regime out. But it is he who counts the votes that decides the election. So how are we going to deal with that? How are we going to circumvent this problem? Because that is really going to be an issue. And Ruto is wicked, he is not stupid. He's already started stealing money because he's preparing for the next election. And he is going to buy. And the people is going to put there to count the election. So we must even look ahead and strategize. That is what I just want to say.
Yeah. First, allow me first to answer. Kenyans are not looking for 2027. Maybe few people who are doomed. We cannot, and it can never happen that we will go with William Ruto to election in 2027. William Ruto is a tyrant. A tyrant cannot be defeated in a constitutional contest. That is why what we are saying now, we want to strengthen the movement. We want to arm the movement. We want to militarize this movement now. That first we start by protecting ourselves and protecting Kenyans so that when we start pressurizing William Ruto, he cannot try to kill anyone again when we are telling him that he must go. So 2027 is not even a cut. And that is why, hata juzi tulikuwa tumeongea tukasema, don't even mind about sijui lazima uchukue ID, lazima uchukue nini. Tutafanya election can be before 2027. Lakini Ruto tunajua kwamba tunamuondoa kwa streets. It's just a matter of time. But William Ruto is an imposter, that is a tyrant that we cannot participate with him in a constitutional election. We know his theatrics, we know his games, we know his scheming. He will use all his means. Saizi amelete kina Bill Gates. Saizi amelete kina JB Morgan. Saizi anajaribu kufanya kazi na oppressors. We know the kind of things that he's doing. Now I give you even a good example. It is only 2.5 years before the next election. We don't have IEBC in place. Before IEBC is constituted, labda inaweza kufika January, February. Ikisha kwa constituted, utapata kuna mtu hapo ana play with our psychology, ati anaenda kotini because there is this clause or that clause. Before you realize, tumefika next year, maybe August or September. Now remaining like 2 years. Before IEBC sasa wakuje, waanze kusema, oh, they need funding, they need this, parliament wakae, wavutane, nini, imebaki 1.5 year. Now before wakuje ofisi, waanze kusema, oh, we have to clean the register and we have to do mass registration of voters. The time is not enough. Those are the kind of tactics. Before we realize, we will have the deads coming back to life to vote. Belio Kipsang is there strategically to create imaginary schools, imaginary polling stations that will not exist, lakini ambayo itakuwa imepatia Ruto kura. So this guy, we cannot even think of 2027. Any Kenyan that you are sitting down na kufikiria kwamba ati utangojea upige kura 2027, you are doomed. And even don't talk that thing because you are disgraced. Ile kitu iko lazima, well, let us put all our energy together kujua kwamba it is a difficult thing to do. It is an uncomfortable thing to discuss, but it is the only option available. Revolution way. Stop the NIS agenda kwamba ati yesterday I was in one let me call this out. Kama mumeangalia on my post, there is a guy anaitwa Agneto Neto. Agneto Neto alikuwa MP uko sehemu za Mbita after Oro Ojoda amekufa, then akakuja akachukua MP one time. Sasa alikuwa kwa space ya Hilary Ng'ondu, the people they claim to be bigwigs and other few individuals atuana claim this one is Professor Ogola, this one is a PhD holder, Dr. Nani. And when you want to talk of revolution, anakuambia, no, we cannot use unconstitutional means. We cannot drive this country to anarchy. We cannot. Can you imagine those kind of reasoning? And then you are calling yourself a doctor or you are just a learned fool? William Ruto himself does not respect the constitution. And you are telling us that we cannot use. And what is unconstitutional? By us evoking Article 1 of the Constitution. By exercising our powers that is vested on us. What is unconstitutional about it? And now, and these are big spaces. You see, we have PhD doctors, people who are qualified in that discipline. And that is why Agneto Neto is Agostino Neto. Sorry, that is the name, Agostino Neto. Sasa is a political conman. Now, anajialign in the movement, alafu anaambia wa Kenyan in diaspora that, you need to fund this political party. Please, Kenyans, wherever you are, if you are a Kenyan in diaspora, don't be conned by this political conmanship and kuchangia. If we are to fund this movement, we are not going to fund a personality. We are not going to fund a private. We are going to create a fund trust or a trust fund ambao every coin can be traced na ile activity ambayo imefanya. We have to have our military wing. We have to have our political wing. We have to have our legal wing. That is how the movement works. Including those who are at the medics. That whenever we are marching, protesting, and there are some casualties, we know that are being taken care of. That is why we need collective voices. We don't need big wigs. We just need to converse in our small ways and pass the message. And Kenyans who are willing. Forget about the boardrooms. Forget about the furnished languages. We don't need that. Tunahitaji kuzungumza lugha ya Wakenya ambao tunasema sasa kwamba tumechoka and we need action. Kwa hivyo tusidanganywe, kama vile Morara alikuja, a content creator, anakuja kidogo kidogo, wameenda kushikana na William Ruto through Kipchumba na Oscar Sudi, anafandiwa kule, alafu anatumia pesa zetu kusafisha ile pesa ambao wamempatia. The political conmanship. It is not about political party. It is a movement, a revolution movement. Hiyo ndio itatoa Ruto. So a leader, that is the way to go.
To also respond, I think you've mentioned David Morara. Morara was my classmate. Nimesoma naye in high school. And honestly, I've tried looking out for him so that we can work together on this movement. Imagine if I'm a classmate and I've struggled looking for him. What about normal Kenyans? And when you look at his achievements and the way he's moving things, it's not the way we want. Inviting him in forums, he's not coming. Inviting him in socials, he's not coming. So this person is a red zone. I don't want to speak more about him because he's my classmate. But to just add more points is issues your political parties, guys. I really don't think this thing works. When we read the history of 1992, I don't know, the one-party stage, and now we have multipartyism. When you look at multipartyism, look at what ODM has done. ODM, everybody has fallen into the trap. Why? Because it's a party thing. People respect parties more than our country. People respect the ruler. People respect what the chairman and how the political parties will see them more than how we Kenyans respond. So these are some of the things we need to really sit down and picture. Are these people really assisting us? Are political parties the way to go? Because at the end of the day, if you don't speak what the political party wants you to speak, you're going home. Isn't it tumeona? The Gen Z, we started this situation, this work, we started very, very well. But Raila Amolo Odinga ndo huyo amekuja confused. I personally come from Kibra. Kibra is a constituency baba ameiita ni bedroom yake, but come to Kibera. Hata mse wa taxi, ukimwambia manzemi naenda Kibera, anaogopa kukuja huko, hawezi kukudrop because it's something that it's seen as a criminal area. And then that is a place where Amolo Odinga is so proud kusema, hapa ndo nyumbani, hapa, this is where I come from. Guys, we need to really wake up. That guy has never even built a toilet. When you look at Kibera, which is being seen as the SGE, the home of Baba, even a toilet imeanza kuconstructiwa in 2015. The Kazimtan or the NYS saga which came into place, it was a saga, but we can say the people of Kibra, they benefited from it because that's the first time they saw a toilet. As someone who has been in power, has been a member of parliament for 24 years in Kibra, when you look at Raila doesn't like development. Raila doesn't like anyone who does development. I will give you example. A member of parliament who was called Imran Okoth. Amejaribu tu kutengeneza shule tu, a secondary school. The first secondary school we have in Kibera, the whole of Kibera, has been constructed like 3 years ago. What happened? The guy was removed to replace with someone called Orero. That someone is not literally doing nothing. Anything close to development, wekeni Raila kando. Anything that comes to power, wekeni umse kando. So we need to make sure that we hold ourselves responsible, and civic education will give us the way. Understanding how we can vote, keeping people qua ground, having this conversation, not only today, having a monthly to develop a work plan, my guys. For those people who can support, let's develop a work plan. Let's have to know what will happen in November, what's going to happen in December. In the next 4 months, what are we going to do? In the next 1 year, where will the movement be? If we don't have all these structures, then we will have Morara coming with his idea, speaking and luring people to follow him, people sending money. We'll have another person who will come and tell us, this is the idea, this is the agenda, and then aende apotele. We need a structure that helps us to move on, helps us to continue, helps us to hold this government accountable. Because if we don't hold this government accountable, people and we don't teach our citizens, then we will have the cold situation when you took off. Now, tribalism is being used to divide us for all. It's all about mtoto wetu. It's all about sijui sisi sasa ni time yetu kukula. This is not the right time. We are so much educated. We have internet, but this internet, my guys, it doesn't reach to everybody. So if we need to do advocacy, we need to find out how do we move away from online? How do we come on the ground? How do we empower people in Korogosho, empower people in Kibera, empower people in Magare? Because when you look at informal settlements, these are the same places where people come from Ushago. Mtu akitoka Embu, Ushago, anakuja anatafuta Githurai. Mtu akitoka Bungoma, akitoka Kakamega, akitoka Kisumu, anakuja anatafuta Kibera ama Kawangware. So these people need to be educated, because these people, ikifika December, they go back home. That civic education and that information that we will have given them for 1 year in Nairobi, when they go back to Ushago Kwao, they get the same information and they get to the people. And lastly, Apwisho, civic education, my guys, is working. The vitu kwa ground are hot. No one is interested with what Ruto is saying. No one is interested with what he's doing. The only thing now he's doing is using money, and you can never use money forever until. That is what I can say. Thank you, guys.
Thank
Can
you.
Yes.
Yeah. So, a leader, there
Yeah.
are people who joined us and they've not been able to give their submission. I'll give
Okay.
Gides, then you can take it away. Yeah. So, Gides, you can hear us.
Thank you for the mic and thank you, comrades. I want to add my voice to the continued discussion on what's happening in the country. For starters, it is really startling to see perpetual lawlessness that is being exhibited and perpetrated by one Mr. William Ruto. The brutality, the abductions, they are absolutely abhorrent. We shouldn't really, allow this thing to continue in a free society, in a free country like Kenya, as it is today. It is unfortunate that I've said before that autocracy, autocratic governments are elected democratically, then they metamorphosize into a monster that becomes so dangerous to its own people. And Mr. William Ruto is no exemption. I believe his time is over. And I believe that if indeed we are fed up with what he has done to our nation, we should be ready to do something. We should be ready to respond. Now, if you look at this movement, the journey, where it came from and where it is today, I am convinced that having an anomalous approach all along has had its virtues. It has given us success to some extent. But I believe that perpetual holding to inflexibility in the movement will not give us better results. It will leave us as a movement that is stingless, and we need to ask ourselves hard questions. The hard questions we are asking ourselves today is, if, for example, we are told Mr. William Ruto has decided to cede power in the next 60 days, we need to go to elections. What shall we do? But in the same sense, we are told also that Mr. William Ruto has decided to seek fresh mandate, has sought to reaffirm his popularity or his support, like it happens in other countries, where, for example, a government in power believe it has been embattled, believe its policies have become unpopular, but they want to call safe for snap elections. They want to reaffirm their popularity. They want to seek fresh mandates. So what shall we do as a what shall we do as a movement? What do we have in place as responses, as tool to respond? And I want to pose this challenge to Fabish, to every person who believes they are able to command some kind of audience. I have said before that the solutions of this movement and the solutions of this nation are held within the movement. They are held by the people, we the people. But there are no solutions that can be discussed in space, because strategies are decided somewhere else. So I ask Fabish, with all fairness and humility, can you form a group? Then people will decide to come together and hold closed door meetings. I mean, we float ideas, we come up with the strategies to respond to William Ruto. Because, like I say for example, fresh elections are called today. What shall we do? Do we have a candidate? Do we have the responses? What kind of shall we resort to knee-jerk reaction? These are hard questions, and everybody is asking the same. Otherwise, tomorrow we'll have the same discussion. We shall say, I don't think, I mean, when you say we militarize ourselves, what exactly is it that you're talking about? Are these ideas that you want us to discuss in open? Think about this. And not only to Fabish, I mean, to everybody in the movement who believes that we need to change this nation. Secondly, I mean, not secondly, I think I've said a couple of things. Just want to say one last thing that I've said it before. The revolution or the second liberation of this nation, the struggle that was put up, fierce fight by a lot of people in the 1990s, 1992. Remember Kenneth Matiba, for example. And I said Kenneth Matiba paid the most precious price because he gave his own life, he gave his own health. He died in 1992 and remained dead until his actual death because of what he went through in the hands of Moi. And so what I say is, there's so many people who will fight for this movement. These people will be in the limelight. Unfortunately, these are not the ultimate people who will lead this nation. And if anything, going by the events of 1992, where we saw people like, people like, People like Kibaki, for example, who disapproved the fight against Kanu, came back and formed the succession of Moi. So what I'm saying is, let's not put our eyes on certain individuals and let not our opinions or our position be swayed by people like Morara, for example. Morara is not the hope of this nation. Morara is just an individual who has either come up and capitalized on the situation as it is. But I believe there's a stone somewhere that has been rejected by the builder that will end up being the cornerstone. And these are the stones we need to identify right now by holding closed door meetings in the background and then come and tell ourselves we are ready for election, for example, to recall today. But if we call for elections today, I don't think we're prepared. We're not prepared. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, the time of just talking and talking, it is over. We need to start having plans, because they say failing to plan is planning to fail. Yes, we have said first thing first, we need to protect ourselves. And then now we need to structure the movement, because when you don't have a structure in a movement, you cannot focus. And we don't want a movement that is pegged to an individual personality. That is not a movement, because movement is different with a political party. Movements are made of collective voices. So now, kwanza, we need first to educate ourselves on a leader. Yeah, thank you. First, we need to educate ourselves. There are a lot of civic education ambazo hatuhitaji. You know, William Ruto anatuma watu wake anatusikiza kwa spaces. And I like that. Then akasikia kwamba tunasema kwamba we need to do civic education. He went na akaanza sasa kutengeneza vipindi na kina Dennis Tumbi. Okay, it is civic education. You will do civic education until you get tired. That is why he keeps on injecting bill after bill, bill after bill. Leo ni andani, kesho ni agriculture, kesho ingine ni water, kesho ingine I don't know ni impeachment, kesho ingine ni what do you call it? Critical infrastructure protection. I don't know, kesho ingine ni gani? Every day, so that it can divide us and distract us. So now, people like us who are this movement, we are conscious, tumejua the game that is playing. We don't need. The civic education that Kenyans need for now is about to protect themselves from being silenced by this regime. And that's what we are saying. We cannot continue being abducted by government goons that they are operating outside the constitution. So if you operate outside the constitution, we will meet you outside the constitution. Then you come inside the constitution, we will have our legal team that they will deal with you inside the constitution. But tukisema aura for aura, watu understand. Tukisema aura for aura, people don't understand. Aura for aura means the way you come is the way I receive you. Ukikuja na dirisha, ninakukaribisha na hapo kwa dirisha. Ukikuja na mlango, nitakukaribisha kwa mlango. Even ndio iko, that is a language. So, revolution haitaki a lot of Polish language. Sijui kumassage nini. Revolution, we have to. And that's why even people who have been taking advantage of this revolution will be calling you out instantly. Watu kama kina Marara Kebaso, the jokers, the content creators, will call you instantly. Those people that they are creating spaces and calling themselves big wigs just to make content and not following. Please, it is over. That honeymoon is over. You already have enough following, do whatever you wanted to achieve. Wacha sasa wa Kenya watafute solutions. Please, ulikuja kutafuta followers, umepata, wamefika 100,000, wamefika 500,000. Now it is okay. Continue with whatever you wanted to do with the numbers. But don't use that one to be bargaining for your selfish interest. Until you go and tell politicians, you know, in my space, in my platform, I have 500,000 followers, I have 1 million, if you want. No. You cannot continue gambling with people's lives. So even those people that they are jokers in the movement, we are going to deal with them. Because anytime you betray a movement, it is a blood that you are spilling. Yeah, I see we have new speakers, Kanage, and then our good brother Ajuoga.
Fabish, before Carnage and Ajuoga go,
Yeah.
I wanted to, yes, agree with you that it's time we stopped massaging people. We stopped trying to be cordial and acting nice when we can all see that there's nothing nice about this thing. There's nothing to smile about it. So it's time everybody realizes that this fight is a fight for each and every one of us. And sometimes I think people forget, when you walk around, you hear some people, especially those people who consider themselves as maybe comfortable. And probably these are mostly the middle class, the people who are either employed or employers, the ones that earn a sizable salary. Those people always feel like when a revolution is happening, they don't want their status quo to be touched. They feel they don't want to be uncomfortable. What they're forgetting is it will start with the people at the bottom. Then it will come to the middle class. Okay, the lower middle class. But within no time, it will come to them. And I think they should learn. People should actually be able to learn. You should be able to look at even what is happening at the top. A leader, kindly mute for a moment. Yeah, so when you look at what is happening, then you realize that these people actually, it doesn't matter. Today you are safe, tomorrow you are not. Even those people who actually paid the 520 bob and whatever, even those people who actually paid the 520 shillings, is this 527 shillings, the bloggers and all those, the moraras and others, those people in the end it will still come back to them, because this is not clean money. It is not, as you said, it's not a constitutional means, so it's not fair game. So, and when you decide to engage in unfair game, trust me, it will come back to you. What goes around comes around. So it will come back to you. And when it comes back to you at that point, there'll be no one to stand for you. So, yes, let's really think about it. Well, let's all fight this war in our own different capacities. If you're, for those who are employed, if it's possible for us, in fact, even me, I've been actually trying to talk to employers and even employees and asking them, why can't we actually just stop paying these salaries, these taxes, especially the private sector? Because at the end of it all, let's face it, the government does not, there's no benefit the government earns from the salaries that we pay. They pay because they pay the salaries from the taxes that we produce. So basically, they can continue to pay those taxes if they want to. But for us, the private sector, those are the people who actually bring this money. They're the people who actually their taxes make sense. So it is time the supermarkets, the retail chains, they stop remitting the VATs, consultancies stop remitting the withholding taxes, companies, they stop paying income tax, we stop paying payee, we stop paying NHIF and SSF. After all, those things don't help anybody. We stop paying all those things, these people will be paralyzed. And even those people who are lending them cannot lend them, because they lend them against the fact that they know, oh, these people can pay back because they can collect maybe revenue. But the moment the revenue cannot be collected, then they are paralyzed. And that is what we need to do. Once they are paralyzed, then it becomes a useless kind of an organization. Because even right now, the reason why they're fighting, I think, is because most of them have realized they've eaten. Now there's whatever is remaining to be eaten is very little, and now they're starting to fight over it. That's why you're finding now Ruto is realizing, hey, I can no longer share this thing with Gashagwa. It's becoming too small. So they are trying to push each other around. So yes, if we make sure that these monies are not available for them, then trust me, within no time they just fall by themselves. So yeah, let's try, if you're able to maybe influence, if you're able to do something in your own capacity, do it. It's just a matter of time before these people crumble under their own pressure. So thank you very much. I'll give Carnage, then Ajuoga.
Thank you very much. Carnage here.
Mine is just brief. I believe that before we are able to organize, collectively, we should organize, individually, in the groups we have, the small groups, 10, 5, 15, 20, that share a common objective. If we are going to militarize, we cannot have those discussions open. And I'm for military. There's no revolution that did not have a militarized wing. And if that is where those in government, corruption in parliament and institution, they have degraded, the standing of the august house, the parliament. They need to be out of parliament. There's nothing they can do to legitimize anything they do when they are bribed by a corrupt executive. We also need to know how we are going to protect the judiciary. We cannot have the executive, having all the power with the police, and our judiciary, when a judge makes a decision that is against the police, they withdraw their security. That is intimidation. And the only place that the people have to run when government infringes on them is judiciary. We need to know. We need to know how we are going to take over an institution like judiciary, or how we are going to minimize its dependence on the executive, whether constitutionally, because we cannot continue. If it is a judicial police force that we shall demand for, we cannot be on the street fighting police that are shooting us, and we have no force that is shooting them. They need to know that there is going to be equal fire or equal force against them. But when they are using militias, some drawn from DR Congo, it's about our sovereignty. And Kenyans need to understand, these guys are sold us out, to colonialists and to foreign governments, whichever they are, with their carbon credits and all that. He's almost about to eat up all Kakamega forest, or whichever forest it is. This guy needs to go, and we need a deed that tells him and his crooks that anything after the 25th of June is illegitimate. We will not recognize it, whether it is those bills, those agricultural bills that are being forced by the Gates and and those globalist organizations. They need to know, but they need to understand, because they're in these groups, that we are not going to take them to the ICC. They went there and they came back here. We are going to deal them with our local justice system, and we have good lawyers. We have great minds. We also need to hurt them economically. We need to organize. We need to have each family, if it is possible, have a kitty that removes money from the economy. Have a kitty, in your house or somewhere buried. We would rather bury money in safes and put them underground. But we need to take money out of the economy. They are looting money. They are stashing it in foreign accounts. They take more loans. I've seen there is a new loan from the UAE, which is one of the investors on those carbon credit things. They need to understand that whatever they are doing that we have disagreed with, as of the 25th of October, of whatever time we feel, we disagreed with their evil deeds, that is when we shall go as much, however long they stay in power. Thank you.
Thank you, Carnage. Ajoga, you can hear us.
Good evening, everyone. I hope people are doing well. Basically, what is in here is that I don't know why unajua Wakenya wamekasirika sana, lakini ile I wanted to say is that someone is betting or crossing a river. I think it's Rol G. I think anaweza mute or a leader. There's a lot of noise. You can get me?
Hello?
Yes, you can get me.
Yeah, I can get you. No, I just wanted to chip in some
Yeah.
and how
Please see, you allow
I
one
just wanted
person
to.
to go first, then you can comment.
Elida, kindly let Ajoaga finish, then you can chip in.
Okay. Okay then. Okay, yeah. Sure.
Yeah, so that's fine. I mean, I'm very happy for Kenyans for doing what we are doing. And thanks so much, Fabish and Bay for giving us this platform. One thing I wanted to say is that I think now it should be clear that Kenya is a crime scene. And I think this is something we need to make peace with. There's a lot of not really not settled. Maybe you can mute people and then you unmute. Yeah, so what I was saying is that let's make it openly clear, because every single day a new thing comes up, not in bad form, but not in good form, but we keep on experiencing new versions, new new genes, of atrocities. And we have been kept so busy to the extent that now you don't know gani ni gani. Ujui hata sasa, do we talk about protests? Do we talk about abductions? Do we talk about Adani? Do we talk about, hey, there is nothing going on in our country. Our country is a total crime scene. I think that is the best version we can give it. Our country is a total crime scene. And I think when we are tweeting, we need to tweet it as such. Kenya is a crime scene. We just put a hashtag, because anyway, Kenya is now a crime scene. There is nothing going on in this country. There is nothing absolutely going on. There is no development going on in this country. Completely. There is, from where Kibaki left it, it has always been theft. But now, where Uhuru left it was much better with all the debts. But even now, these debts are being borrowed again. They are being stolen. Yani hakuna kitu inaendelea. And then now the bills are being, the constitution is getting manipulated. In 5 years, we'll have no constitution to make reference to. We'll be making reference to, we put atrocities over atrocities, because the bills are not making sense. Some of the policies that are being used now are totally criminal. There is nothing going on. You talk of the SHA now, patients are dying in the hospital. This SHA shift thing is not working at all. You come back to Adani, another hell. Yeah, you go to, I don't know where, hells everywhere, hells everywhere. There's nothing going on. And we just put a hashtag that we are in a crime scene as a country. And, once we put it as a crime scene, it becomes very easy to, someone can mute, please. Someone can mute. When we put it as a crime scene, it becomes very easy to now look at way forward in whichever capacity someone can be able to do. I think there is just a need to trigger Kenyans to just come out and in numbers and just make turn out this country, because it is totally, things are not making sense. I can sit here and mention for you all the atrocities in this country the whole night. There is nothing going on. There is no development going on. We are here, and everything is just, kila kitu iko tu upside down. There is completely nothing going on. We have not seen any employment being created. Now our brothers and sisters wamekusanyika huko Kabete ati wanafanyiwa interview ya kwenda Qatar. Na that is a government taking well-educated citizens who are supposed to serve the country outside the country so that they can bring back something. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care that whether you'll die there. Yani, there's a lot of PR. There is a lot of PR. There's nothing going on in this country, by the way. It is theft. It is theft, including pesa inaombwa huko nje ikifika Kenya. There was a time Crazy Kena, came up with a very good demonstration of what happened. That's exactly what happening. Unaomba huko nje, ikifika hapa Kenya umeenda na 70%. Sasa 30%. Like now I saw them borrowing money to pay salaries. How do you borrow money from international lenders to pay salary? Every money, and those are what we call odious debts. No Kenyan should be allowed to pay debts. I just saw this is something I've never seen. I saw elections, the last election we used 35.5 billion Kenyan shillings, and that is the most expensive election, including, yani imeshinda mpaka ile ya US. It is the US with all the states in US, imeshinda mpaka ile ya US. Na kulikuwa na tena, kulikuwa na another debt ilikuwa imebaki hapo, balance ya 2 billion Kenya kulipa. Na hapa tena unapata from the election circles from 2013 to date, it has been theft. The chicken gate guys, wengine wengine walishikwa huko, wakawekwa huko ngambo. Sisi wetu, they are just hanging around. They are not even being prosecuted. And it has been theft. It is a cynical theft, well choreographed. Kenya, I always tell people, if there is any country that is rich in Africa, is Kenya. We are by the way, we are way far with several, a lot of surplus. But now tell me, if money can be stored in outside the country, now they want to print a new currencies. Why? We are in a situation where the old political class is not interested in Kenyans anymore. Let's make peace with this. Until we make peace with some of the problems we have, we will always have no solution. The old political class have made it that our country is a business entity. And this one I keep on repeating. There is nothing going on. So long as Cherargei amesponsor bill, ujui amewekewa yake. That is all. Yeah? So long as someone has taken a bill in parliament that is not making sense to Kenya, amewekewa yake, hiyo imepita. So long as umetable bill, Rigathi Gachagua, umepewa yako, kesho yake unanunua ndege, hiyo imeenda. Yani, it is a business for the few, and very many Kenyans are actually suffering. Currently, cost, things are not working. Watu wanateseka, ukiangalia venye watu wanateseka bamba. We are a crime scene. Let's put it like that. We are a crime scene. We have been made to believe that politicians are small gods. We have been made to grow in a system where we enjoy suffering and we clap for suffering. Yani, the system has made us to appear like we tumezoea kuteseka, And it is a generational thing that circles, it comes in, it goes, it comes in, it goes. Your child grow in poverty, your grandchild grow in poverty, and the circle continues, and atrocities continues. We have grown a very serious root that for us to peel it out and to remove it will take not anyone, irrespective of how late you are doing it. Let Morara do what he's doing, whether he's taking money from Kenyans, hiyo ni shida yake. We know what he's doing. So long as you've known what someone is doing, if you can run away from it, settle on your course. Let's fight these people. Let's ensure that for the little thing, if Fabish is calling for a demonstration today, you feel you can join the street, twende, anyone who is doing anything, let makes them very busy the way they are keeping us busy. And someone said they are indeed keeping us busy. Kenyans are busy everywhere. Aoko is not there the whole day. We are tweeting, Aoko is missing. Tomorrow, we are just like, and they are looting, that is the worst thing. We are here busy, they are keeping us busy doing all those kind of things. They are looting, and they are killing. They are looting, they are killing. they are doing every atrocities. Na sisi tuko tu. Can we just run a hashtag that this is a crime scene? We have to deal with it now. And if we don't deal with our country today, remember the mistakes that were done during Moi's time are haunting this generation. Because Moi managed to silence everyone. You know, the few who came out to fight actually were killed. And it was very easy. We have never known some of them were happy. So it is a very high call, ladies and gentlemen. Our country is in a very serious mess. And if you want to know the mess, just go. Parastatals ziko upper hill, all the way to town. Walk in those few parastatals and get there and just be served. Go to the Ministry of Land, go to the Ministry of Agriculture, go to MOH. Uniambie. In fact, when you get in there is when you will know this country is in problems. Sahi tunaongea tu, but ukiingia Ministry of Health to be served, you will know this country is in a problem, is in a total mess. We are really struggling with things that were rooted long time ago, and the earlier the better. Let's agree and let's treat everyone who can be able to do whatever you can do at your level. Please do it for the interest of Kenyans. Ensure you do anything you can do, whether you are being supported or not. Let us do what we can do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Job.
Allow me to interject 1 minute.
Okay, go.
Add on. Just a minute.
Okay.
Yeah. I think at this point we need to understand, just as he has said, we make peace to know that if there is any development that is going to be done in our country, it is going to be done by the people, and people need to start, I believe, I could be wrong, but majority people in this group here today might be, whatever chamas or organizations, those chamas need to now metamorphosize and become now the avenues in which the ideas we are nurturing now, because for us it's gone. What we are doing now is not for us, it's for our children. That we have destroyed our academic institutions, the quality of education. We have allowed people that are embroiled in a genocide to be seated in our parliament telling us what bills to move. The other day there was that lady who is a billionaire but an ambassador, to be involved with our electoral officials. It is gone for us, but for our children and for the future generations, we owe them this fight. Otherwise they will look back and say, what did you do? We need to do something very big. We need to know what direction in terms of development, because if it is employment, how do we create employment? Because government is not going to do it. I think that is where we need also to put aside some space of our mind and figure out how can we come together and come up with the structures that we need. If that share is not working, are we all going to die when we need medical care? Those are the questions that I have. Kenyans we have great minds in our country, and this movement will be successful. And I believe in everyone in this space. Whatever little you do, the synergy it brings when we are brought together, it will undo, and we shall put them to shame. Those MPs that are bribed, those guys thinking they can have, goons abducting young men. We are young men. It could be any one of us. What do we do when anyone here is abducted? Those are the questions. And with that, I thank you for that extra minute or two. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Carnage. Yeah, actually, if we don't do something, those children might not have anything even to look back to. So yeah, I think that's the clarion call. It's a wake-up call, and all of us should be pushing towards that. Mambo ya side shows tuachane nazo, tukue tuna focus ya mahali pamoja, tunaenda na hiyo mahali na ku make sure change is happening. Tuachane kusikia propaganda. Kumbukeni, you go, then Abdullahi. Kumbukeni.
Asante sana Ayabe. Kuna mtu alikuwa akizungumza juu ya Raila akisema ati Raila hapendi maendeleo, he doesn't like to do development. Sio Raila, ndio ni Raila, but Raila amepewa mandate na imperialists. Ameambiwa, and there's an African leader, I was trying to remember his name, who said, the day you see the colonialists loving me, inviting me and all that, you should be worried about me. Kwa hivyo hawa watu unaona wakiinvitiwa na wazungu, those are the people who are betraying you. Juu kama mtu angekuwa akisimamia wananchi au
it was
you don't hear me?
Thomas Sankara. Yeah, I was telling you the leader was
No,
Thomas
Sankara. It wasn't Sankara. It was either Mozambique or Guinea. It wasn't Sankara.
Oh, it wasn't.
It was either, yes. No, it was either Samora Machel or someone else. Yeah, but not Sankara. But anyway, the warning still stands that the minute you see me being invited by white people and colonialists and the oppressors to dine and wine, and they're smiling and they're saying I'm the best president ever, I am the problem. You should be worried, because there's only one way those people will like me, if I am accommodating what they want to get done. So Raila, si ati ni Raila hapendi maendeleo. Raila ameambiwa, if you want this check to keep coming, you will not support maendeleo because we are against maendeleo. So just understanding global politics, and then also understanding that shida zetu za Kenya haziko Kenya peke yake. We will need to have a global fight. We will need to partner with people in Uganda, Tanzania, everywhere. Kwa sababu ukiwa mnauliwa Kenya, lazima muwe na mahali mnaweza kukimbia. When the revolutionaries in South Africa were being killed, walikimbia Tanzania, walikimbia Mozambique. They were being helped by other revolutionaries. One of the spaces, I think KOT space, I read a passage from one of the letters from the Mau Mau warriors, actually from Dedan Kimathi to the Ugandan people. When the Ugandan Kabakas were killed, he sends a letter to them and says, hey, I have a team that can come and help. Let us know when. We'll start the work now and come and help you all. It is not right, because what happens in Uganda under the British is bound to happen in Kenya. So also another caution, as we, and I agree with Fabish, because I was in the space yesterday with you, admitting and saying that we do need to start thinking differently, and we cannot use the oppressors' tools to find or to liberate ourselves. So we have to actually go against the oppressors' ways of doing things. But the other thing, we need to think beyond the borders of Kenya to find a solution, to join with our brothers and sisters elsewhere. Asante.
Thank you, Kumkeni. Abdullahi.
Yeah, hello everyone. Can you hear me? Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, go ahead, Abdullahi.
Thank you very much for the platform, and thank you for everyone who is also participating. Our problem is 60 years old, but the new constitution is 12 years old, but we still experience the problem we were experiencing in 1963. Why? Because this state, when it was formed, and the people who were in charge then created a very powerful state with, elite-led mentality. When the white man left, they started accumulating wealth. From then, we had a very clique of people always controlling our resources. But if you look at from 19th century, the state's power and the liberty of people must be balancing. And it's not good to have a very rogue, despotic state. It is equally not good to have a weak state. So in societies that the people have developed in the sense that they have what to eat, they have choices of what to buy, they have access to clean air, they have access to clean water, they have access to very good infrastructure and education system. Majority of those are in the European countries and some countries in Asia. You'll realize that there is a respect and a working relation between the state and the people, intermediated by the institutions. Like in Kenya, we have parliament, we have judiciary, we have the executive, then we have other institutions that are running other, social, access to people, like education, roads and this and that. Now, our architecture as a state is only meant to feed the president and the cohorts, those who clap for him, those who sing his tunes, the so-called bootlickers. Today, in my own page in Mandera, Wajia Garissa, I posted that the idea of building classes, empty dispensaries, Maram roads, that is not development. Development means people have access to food, have access to clean water, have access to timely healthcare systems that are functional. Look at what Shah and Schiff are doing. Today, I had sources at the Ministry of Health in Nairobi. I was told the accounting officers have no clue on how Schiff and Shaf works. If anyone has taken some time to study how we implement our policies, we rush, because in policy implementation, from the program, problem identification, to the setting the agenda, to the design, to the implementation, to the formulation, implementation, monitoring and evaluation. So anyone who was in charge of NHIF will have asked, if this thing is working and people have money in their NHIF accounts, how do we just transfer that? Why don't we create, why don't we sensitize the community? Why don't we do advocacy and public education? Then slowly we can shift by testing the systems, the softwares, the access to software in internet in the country, and then we do it slowly. So when you look at this country, and I was telling the people of northern Kenya, Wajir, Mandera, Garissa, development is not going to come when the budget itemization of the budget items or activities is seen from the tenderpreneur aspect of how much am I going to make. And where you make money is supplies and constructions. So what do? You supply books, you supply food, you supply fuel, you all supply all these things. And then on the other end, you do construction. Yet the county is not a production county. It's not producing anything. Like if you go to Mandera, Mira comes, money comes back to Nyeri and the Maua. And then the labor in terms of services, majority of the people who are offering skilled services either in the construction sector or plumbing or electricity, engineering, electrical engineering, all these things are people from other parts. So you see, instead of training local people to be doing, hand-on skills, money leaves Mandera, yet they are not producing anything. The rest of the money have gone to roads, medicine, what you call the service departments. Health is a service department because it's a foreign service, it's consuming money. Roads, transport, they are consuming money. Water is consuming money. Education is consuming money. So if you had a budget of like 6 billion for development and you have spent 4 billion on service, what are you going to do for production in terms of, enhancing livelihood value of animals and livestock and then agriculture? Nothing. You have seen the schools in Baringo, the hospitals in Baringo, where they built dispensaries from 2013 up to today, they are not functioning. Why? People do not look at how many institutions or hospitals do we have today that first we need to equip before we build new ones. So we are going to have these problems for a very long time. The issue of the state killing people, you will only die when you're meant to die. We have lived up to this far. We have survived accidents. We have survived, some of us, crocodiles in Mandera River. We travel from Mandera for 36 hours if you come by bus. Why do you fear death when we have never died? How do you fear death? We have never died. So if someone wants to kidnap us, we have the powers, because if they sent 6 people to go and bring Boniface Mwangi, who is my friend, or you bring another 6 to come and abduct me, I am the guy with the power. I mean, if you are a man enough, you will have come one person. But when you come 6, the power belongs to the people. You have seen what happened in Parliament. You have seen how they ran away. Ichungwa has stopped his nonsensical chest stamping, arrogance, and these days you will see him in small computer donations. He will always go to function where he's giving money. So these people fear. So I would like to tell Kenyans we are in the right track. State building is a very difficult thing. Liberty and freedom takes time, like the mental development in our own, brains that takes some time for you to know things because you have to read, you have to research. Kenya is a very educated country. We have very unfortunate people. You have a president who thinks he is right. He doesn't know when he's lying. He doesn't know when he's telling the truth. Because someone told me today, the problem with Ruto is that he wants to make money. What Kenyatta's and Odinga's made in the last 50 years, he wants to make it in 5 years. Now, for you to do that, then you have to rip this country apart. And that's exactly what he's doing. Adani, Shaf, you have heard of the scandal at Kemsa. You knew about the fertilizer. What are they doing? They are accumulating what I call primitive accumulation of material wealth. So I think we have to champion. It didn't start easily. 1992 up to today is almost 32 years. That is how much it took to deliver a constitution after 20 years. So I think we Kenyans must. And I want to tell also, you need to be very careful in terms of your security. You should know where you're going. Tell people where you're going. Do not stay out if it's not necessary, especially at night. Immediately after 6, if you have nothing to do in town, go home. Because everyone who is kidnapped, everyone who is taken, it's between 5:30 or 6:30 or 7:30 and thereafter, or 2 a.m. when they break into houses. So make sure someone knows where you are. If you know you are a target, like many of us are, make sure you are in company of 3-4 people. If you have 2 million in account, get a gun. Those of us from Mandera have knives in our homes and pangas. I mean, we champion. There's nothing else we can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdullahi. Wonderful, wonderful submission. Yes, this is the time to call for action. We have talked a lot. I want to believe that we have done enough in civic education. The messages we have been sending have gone far and wide. We cannot keep on talking year in, year out. This is the time to call for action. We are working on strategies. We need to be disciplined. We need to focus now. First thing first is to protect ourselves. I will keep on reminding everyone, the regime is now on a panic mode. That is why they are trying to silence every voice, thinking that by silencing, they will continue with their tyranny. Leo naona William Ruto, he was hosting the director of CIA and our own director of NIS. Whatever they are planning, I don't know. You are hosting a CIA director while we have a lot of cases in Kenya that investigations are never concluded. What a fallacy. What a hypocrisy. Just show off and PR gimmicks. How many cases just go unconcluded here in Kenya? But now you want to tell us that, the director of CIA is your friend. And now you are hosting. But whatever you are planning, umetuletea Bill Gates na ukatuambia umempatia immunity. We don't know what you are anticipating that is going to commit. That is why you start by giving immunity. We don't understand. Is it because of the vaccine? Is going to trial and error in vaccine, so that when people dies, we cannot prosecute you? Is it because of the genetic modification you want to do with our seeds, so that when it start the effect, we cannot prosecute you? These are the questions that we don't understand. We have had a lot of investors in our country in the past regime, different investors. Hatujawahi kusikia mwenye lazima apatiwe immunity. Even our constitution is very clear that everybody is subject to the law, including the president himself. Why all of a sudden an investor that just pumped in and you want to give him immunity? Immunity for what? So, but there are a lot of things there is nothing even one atokambiwa good against this regime and William Ruto. So we have every reason. That's what tunasema kwamba civic education tushafanya kutosha. Hakuna kitu hata moja you can single out good about William Ruto. So now we are saying revolution, we must have a military wing, we must have the constitutional wing, we must have the administrative wing, we need to have IT. So please, because tunaanza sasa kuformulate, we have set up a telegram that tunaanza kutengeneza the foundation. So if uko katika IT, you are good in IT, please, and you are part of the movement, we need you, we need your expertise on that so that you can help us. And if you are also have knowledge about security, cyber security, and also security sector, if you have military knowledge, anything about security, and you support the movement, tutakuwa tunafanya as we continue verification so that we can have that knowledge, because we need to impact. When we talk of security knowledge, we need to impact our society to know how to guard themselves against illegal abduction, torture, and killing. So tunahitaji that security knowledge to impact, and pia tunahitaji equip our military wing katika revolution. There is no peaceful revolution in a tyranny. Yes, kumbukeni, nimeona mkono wako ulikuwa umeinua.
Nimesema nitakutumia message personally.
Okay, sawa.
Umenisikia?
Yeah,
mengine pia kuzungumzia hapa.
Sawa.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so lazima we must make impact. We have to bring change. Si lazima tuanze tukiwa 1 million, 10 million. We can start 1,000, 2,000. Manake sababu inaitwa vuguvugu. But time for talking is enough. Those who want to continue with civic education, we encourage, because yes, the society still needs civic education. There are a lot of knowledge that they need to ongea, hata mambo ya Bill Gates, mambo ya Bill Gates, vaccine, about agriculture bill, very punitive and oppressive. Yeah, society needs to hear this so that hata wakati we are revolting, everyone knows. And another thing also that I want to call out, if when into a media, and maybe you are not working in a current media, because we need our information to be going out. We cannot rely on some of these Gideri medias that they are compromised. So we need someone that can compile when we are making statement as a movement and can be able to document it nicely and push it through either online media or any other source of available media. So we need all the experts in the movement. As we continue, let's engage, let's talk, let's bring solution. Let's say enough for talks.
Fabish, unajua, you're 100% welcome to use Kumbukeni if you need to broadcast stuff. 100%.
Okay. Yeah, Ajuoga, go ahead.
At some point, Fabish, I thought this space had fallen down. Is it true? I just noticed that I cannot be able to see anything on my screen. Yeah, let me support what Fabisha said. Um, by all means, as you were saying before, that civic education is one tool that we will have to employ. And by this, I means that, by tool, I means that now we need to apply any single tool, whether it is in the ICT. Do you know the kind of ruthlessness that we need to bring on board to make this country work? Ladies and gentlemen, the kind of ruthlessness we are being taken through, if some of you would notice, how do you tell me that, dialysis patients, how do you tell me? I saw that guy, that chair wa chief saying that their systems is not working, and yet 104 billion was just splashed on the same system 1 month ago. What is not happening? Do you see this country as a place for people to habitate? We are being taken through a very ruthless. We are animals. This country, as we were saying, will need ruthless tools. So civic education is one of the tools that we need to employ, and this is something that we don't need to waste any time with. In my family level, I'm only differing with one brother who is still a Gen Z, a young person, and we have always differed politically for a long time. But the rest of my family members still take it seriously, what we are talking about, and they can now see, because my parent is also, battling a chronic condition, and now we can see as a family what it means being led by mediocrity, and what it means being led by people who are in political business. I want to bring to all our attention that our constitution was well drafted, and if it is being implemented the way it was promulgated, this country can go very far. This country can go very far in a very short period of time. We know in this country that there are some governors in their first or second term for the last 10 years have done excellently well, and you can point out how comes Oparanya would construct roads in Kakamega, and in the same region, Vihiga County, the governor, and a small county like Vihiga, the governor cannot construct roads. And if you leave Kisumu all the way to Kakamega, it is street light mpaka ufike. It is a dual carriageway mpaka ufike Kakamega. What is it? That shows you how money is getting looted in this country. And that is how we are also supposed. We have no time for blame games, ladies and gentlemen. We have no time. This one we have to do. And as I was saying it yesterday, don't create a space for your members of parliament. The reason why we are here today is because of them. The reason why we are being abducted is because, and they are not talking. That shows you these are people who are eating with very big spoons, and they don't care what you and your family are going through. Like now we have a chronic condition we are managing in our family. We know how much we splash per month. If you can feel the pain I'm feeling, then we have no any better option. Let's apply anything that will ensure, in any little way and in any big way, we just need to go ruthless. I think that is the only thing we need to do. We need to go ruthless with the members of parliament, with the MCAs. Let's go ruthless. Because even some of the abductions that are being done, actually it is these MCAs that are with us in the village level. And they are the people who actually, like now Marvin is is active on Nini. Who does not know Marvin Mabonga? All of us know, and is known by Kimilili, member of parliament, is known by the chief, is known by the MCAs. These are the people who are actually abducting us indirectly. And they are using Farouk's team to abduct us and ensure that we are kept busy. Let's focus. because we have now noticed, and it is good we have noticed early, that we are being kept on a round. We are being taken through round, and we are getting fatigued. We are getting drained emotionally, psychologically. We are getting drained because we are being, mtu anakupeleka kwa field, unakimbia the whole field when the ball is inside, and the other people are scoring. They are looting and they are taking us around. They are looting and taking us around. Judiciary is not working. Judiciary is compromised completely. IEBC is yet to be compromised completely. The only way we have, as I was saying yesterday, we can start with our members of parliament and ensure we create a very severely hostile environment for them to operate. That one we would have scored. I can tell you for free. Because anyway, as I was saying yesterday, nothing happens in the circles of presidency without passing through the parliament. The problems that we have today are directly created by members of parliament. I wonder how 2 or 3 senators, Richard and Okia, are the only people you can see are making sense in the public eye. I'm wondering, all of a sudden, all MPs, are actually following someone who does not have someone who has a bottomless thought. He cannot reason. You don't know why he's reasoning or reading to. You sit down and you hear the way he's talking. You see someone who is in a complete, mission to ensure that he holds shares all over the country in all state corporations. What does that tell you? And in the same country that people are looting so much like this, more universities closed, students are not going to universities, funding models is not working, everything is difficult. Today I was in Bamba. Yani, you cry, you'll totally cry. How can a woman spend 3 days with 8 children in the house, no food, no water? No water, and that shows you they have not bathed for the whole 8 months. For the whole month, they have not bathed. The only thing they need is food. And then there is a member of parliament from that area. There is also an MCA that being paid by the same person who is crying from that area. Why? There is a lack of civic education, and if there is anything we can do, let's start with the household level. Tell your parents to tell his friends that the country is a crime of sin. There is no, I can tell you, bet me right. Interns, doctors have not been paid up to now. They are actually, by the way, for your information, they are not going to work. That means, and for a long time, these interns are the ones who are actually taking care of patients. Almost 90%. Consultants come, they do, they do consultations, they shout, then they go. Now the interns are at home, SHA is not working, nurses are drained and depressed. This country is depressed. The whole nation is, nothing is working. So what do we do? Ensure that MCA who is down there, huyo MCA wako, huyo mwenye unabudu, huyo mwenye mzazi wako anabudu, asionekane hapo. Hakuna haja mtu auliwe kinyama kama hawa Wasomali waliuliwa, na bado unapata tu MCA hajasema chochote. The MCA mwenye alipatikana, the one who was abducted, asijui kama amepatikana, the one from Isiolo, is it, or Wajir? No one is talking about. There is no even a single member of parliament who is going. They strongly believe that Gachagua is sponsoring everyone. Thought. So look at that. You look at, what needs to be solved out easily. Sometimes I admire, if indeed Kagame is a dictator, it is better to be a positive dictator. Sometimes I admire the way Rwanda is doing, because you see someone.
Adwoga, we keep losing you. I don't know if it's your network.
I think I will have to Nini, then someone can pick up. I will pick up later.
Yeah. So Samuel, you can go so that Ajoga can come later. Samuel.
Asante. Pia nataka kushukuru kwa siku ya leo kwa tumepatana tena kwa hii platform ili kujadili mambo yetu na kuona vile nchi yetu itakavyopata mwelekeo. Nataka pia nishukuru kwa sababu nasikia mazungumzo ambayo kama huyo ambaye ametoka kuongea sahihi ameongea kitu ambacho kilikuwa nasikia kinanifanyisha moyo wangu na bubujikwa na machozi kwa sababu ya yale mambo ambayo yanaendelea. But all in all, nafikiria Fabian wakati anaongea pia, the host alikuwa anasema it is the time ya kuwa tuangalie tutafanya nini, tuangalie ni jambo gani tutalitenda, kwa sababu tunakuwa kwa platform mara nyingi yale tunayoongea yako sawa, watu wako na reasonable minds, but tunasikia tukiamka kuna watu 2 watatu wamekuwa abducted, tunasikia watu 2 watatu wamekufa, tunaendelea kusikia President Ruto anaongea ya kuwa SHA ni kitu kizuri, hakina shida, watu waendelee kutibiwa. Tukiendelea tunaendelea kuangalia hivi tunasikia ya kuwa Adan inakuwa implemented. Tunaangalia hivi tunaendelea kuongea hapa, tunasikia vitu vingine vinaendelea kusonga mbele, miaka 7 juu ya watu waongezwe katika uongozi. So mambo yanazidi kuendelea kwa machungu zaidi, wakati sisi nasi tunaendelea kuongea. Na kile kitu ambacho naona kimefika sasa, it is a high time ya kwa sasa tuamke kama vile tulikuwa tumeamka pale mwanzo, na tukaanza kujukumisha wale watu ambao tumewachagua. Kwa mfano kama nitamuunga mkono mnanipata kweli?
Tunakupata.
Nitamuunga mkono. Asante. Nitamuunga tena mkono Fabian. Nilikuwa nasema ni wakati mzuri to create ile harsh environment kwa hawa jamaa zetu. I don't know if Fabian ama one of the speaker alikuwa anasema hivyo. To create a harsh environment kwa hawa ambao tumewachagua. Kama kwa mfano mimi natokea upande wa Costa Kilifi. MP wetu ambaye tulimchagua anajukumika vipi? Kwa sababu kuna mambo mengi ambayo sasa yanaendelea, ambayo sasa hata barabara zenyewe ambazo ziko huku kwetu, barabara ambazo zinasikitisha. Ukiangalia Kilifi ni mahali ambapo kunatoka rasilimali nyingi na kunatoka mambo mengi, madini mengi sana ambayo yanasaidia, lakini ukiangalia wakazi ambao wanaishi huku kwetu ni wakazi ambao wanaishi kwa maisha ya uchochole, maisha ya kuteseka, maisha ya kulia kila wakati, maisha ya kuteseka. Hawa Wahindi ambao ndo watu ambao wamechukua hizi makwari huku kwetu, hawa wamechukua hizo makwari, lakini they are getting a lot of billions in a day, they are getting a lot of billions. Ni wengi wa China wameingia huku kwetu, but the bitter fact ni kuwa MP is not talking anything about the people who are living this place. Tunakuwa tunaishi na maisha ambayo hayana ni ya uchochole. Na sasa tumefika wakati we are consuming a lot of dust. We are consuming a lot of dust ambao unafikia wamama ambao wanataka kujifungua, wanajifungua kwa hali ambao ni ya kushangaza. Linda mama ilitolewa, sasa hakuna linda mama. SHA tukienda hospitalini, in fact I want to quote my just an example ambao it happened kwangu just last month. My partner alikuwa ako pregnant, but she has complication issues So nilimchukua nikampeleka hosi, a nearby hospital. Nafika hapo naambiwa huyu sasa itabidi tuangalie utoe pesa ili atibiwe. Nasema sasa haya mambo ya SHA si mimi naona labda inisaidie. Anaambia sasa you are supposed to ukue na 80,000 cash hapa tayari 80,000 ili asaidiwe mtu wako. Na pale nimeenda nikiwa nategemea kuwa NHIF ambayo sijui ilikupelekwa kwa SHA itanisaidia. Sasa unaona ikakuwa complications nyingi ambazo sasa ilinibidi sasa nipate shida sana. So kile ambacho tunajaribu kujaribu create a picture, alisaidika but ilibidi niingie kwa kutafuta vile nitaposaidia. So kile kitu ambacho najaribu kuongea, what is the next forward? What is the way forward? What are we going to do? What is our plan? We have a lot of mind. We have a lot of people who they can say a lot of concentrative things. But what is the way forward? What is the way forward? Kuna mtu anaishi huku coast hata hajui kile kitu tunaongea sasa hivi. Kuna mtu ambaye anaishi coast hata the word SHA hata hajui inamaanisha nini. So which means there are people ambao kuna watu ambao bado they still lack hii mambo ya kwa wafundishwe. And I want to second one of the speaker ambaye alikuwa anasema anza wewe pale nyumbani, yule ndugu yako, yule mamako, kama wewe umebahatika kuenda shule, unabahatika kuingia katika mtandao, you know what is going on. Muelimishe yule ambaye yuko pale, yule dadako ambaye hajui muelimishe, yule mzazi wako ambaye hajui muelimishe. Mtie uchungu kabisa. Mwambie yes, this is the crime scene. Kenya we are in the crime scene. Asikie uchungu kabisa. Ndio sasa we get a lot of a big number ambayo sasa iko na mahasira, iko na uchungu. At the time sasa tukiendelea kusonga mbele, we move with that feeling ya kuwa we are oppressed, tunalia, tunatoka machozi, tunateseka. Ndio sasa watu watakuwa wanajitekeleza kwa nguvu, wana fight, wanajua ni kitu gani ambacho kinafanya. Na pia nitaomba msamaha kwa sababu labda naongea sana, but kile kitu kingine ambacho nataka kuongea, let us be a brother keeper. Let us be a brother keeper and let us know kwa hii platform there are people who they have intelligent mind. There are people who are doctors. Kama who last speaker is a doctor. Let him atoe information ambayo ina to help in terms of SHA. Kuna mtu mwingine ambaye ni askari. Wacha atupatie intelligent information, atupatie ile nguvu za kwa sasa what are we going to do? Atuondolee ile hali ya kuwa to be fear. There are people who are fearing. So atupatie ile nguvu. There are people who ambao they can speak, they can motivate other people. Let them motivate us so that we can move together. That is my submission, and let me say thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. Yeah, we need to keep on motivating each other. Nakubaliana na wewe kabisa kwamba ni jambo la kuzunisha sana sehemu kama Kilifi ambao pia mimi natoka huko, ambao tuko na madini tofauti na rasilimali nyingi sana, lakini watu wanaishi kwa maisha ya uchochole. Kuna dhulma nyingi ambayo imefanyika, watu wamedhulumiwa mashamba na hii serikali. Tuko na mashida kubwa, ukitoka kuanzia Mtepeni, Chonyi, kote huko ukuje baka Vipingo, ufululize moja kwa moja baka Watamu kule Jimba, wapi upande kule juu, kote watu wamedhulumiwa mashamba na dhuluma nyingi tu ambazo zimefanyika. Ni jambo la kuzunisha kwamba hata ule ambao tulikuwa tunamwaminia kwamba atatupigania haki zetu, Amazon Jeffa Kingi, yeye alipoitwa kwenda bargaining table, yeye akaenda akajikatia pande lake, akasema mimi nataka mbavu, akachukua mbavu yake. Sasa ameenda amechoma, ameweka kachumbari, akaenda kula peke yake, akasahau sisi aliyokuwa anasema sisi ni watu wake. Saizi hawezi kusikia dhulma, hawezi kuona dhulma. Yaani amekuwa kwamba kila kitu kwake iko sawa sababu inamwendea. Vile imekuwa ni mtindo ya hapa Kenya, tutamwona tena 2027 akija kutuambia anatupigania haki yetu. It must stop. Kilifi hata sijui tuseme nini, mambo mengi tu. Yaani ndio sababu Kenya iko hivyo. Tuko na Owen Baya ambao ako nafasi kubwa tu kwa hii serikali. Amejiweka pale mbele. Ati ndio I think majority chief whip. Lakini Owen Baya amefanyia nini? Kwa wale watu wa Kilifi ambao wanajua historia kidogo, Kingi akiwa governor, Owen Baya ndiye alikuwa county secretary. Wakafanya zile walifanya. Kununua nyumba ya 400 million. Mambo mengi tu alifanya hapo kujifaidisha. So dhulma ambayo iko kwa hii serikali ni ya kushangaza, manake Ruto ameweza kubatiza hao watu wote, akawaingiza katika dini yake ya udhulumiaji, ya uwaji, ya maovu. Na hiyo ndio taswira na sura ya taifa nzima. Mimi labda tukiongea vizuri, Samuel na Ajoga, kama mmesema umetoka pale Kilifi, Kingi akiwa governor niliwahi kupigana. Kuna maandamano nyingi tu niliongoza. I think I was one of the first people to raise alarm. Mimi niko na nyumba pale Mtwapa na niko na mahali kidogo pale Watamu. Wakati huo nilikuwa Mtwapa. Tax nyingi ambayo ilikuwa inatoka hapo Mtwapa, lakini Kingi akakataa kujenga barabara, lakini akakuja kuimpose tax. Mtwapa hakuna soko, hakuna stage, hakuna nini. Yeye mwenyewe ni governor wa Kilifi lakini yuaishi Nyali. Irony of life. So mambo mengi tu ambao tunaona kwamba hatuna viongozi, tuko na walafi, watu wa binafsi, watu wa kujipenda, watu wenye roho mbaya na wauaji. Ndio sababu kwamba tunasema tukisimama, Aisha Juma asienda akitutingisha kiuno na kutuambia kwamba hii ni serikali yetu. Aisha Juma wakati alichaguliwa kwa minister hakuchaguliwa Wagiriama. Mshahara haikuenda kwa Wagiriama, mshahara haikuenda kwa Wachonyi, mshahara haikufika Bamba. Mshahara ilikuwa inaenda kwa mfuko ya Aisha Juma. Sababu bado tunadanganyika kidogo wa Kenya kwamba ati kidogo unakuja unadanganywa. Nimewapatia sasa nyadhifa kidogo. Sasa utasikia watu wakianza kuinuka, labda Aisha Juma anakuja anapatiwa nafasi, halafu ndiye anakuja kusema mtu asiguze, serikali ni yetu, sisi ndio tulitafuta. Sisi ndio tulitafuta. Umepata kazi mama, ni yako. Lakini sisi tunasema tunataka haki kwa Wakenya wote, ambao wewe unapata mshahara, mimi napata mshahara, mtoto wangu anapata mshahara, ama kama hajafika kupata mshahara anapata elimu, watoto wanapata matibabu. Sasa leo hii Kingi yako Senate, Stewart Mazayo washaingia kwa serikali. Hawataongea uovu sababu wanakula kwa serikali. Pindi hiyo ndoa inakapovunjika, utawaona mtaani wakizunguka kama simba aliye na njaa, akizunguka akiwaambia kwamba sisi wa pwani tumetengwa, tumedhulumiwa, tumepokonywa mashamba, nini. Lakini saa hizi hiyo uovu hawaoni, kusikia hawezi kusikia. Saa hizi kuna kesi inaendelea ya vipingo. Mzungu, wale wenye vipingo, lizi imeisha, shamba irudishiwe wenyeji, shamba ishakata kona. Kingi ni speaker, Mazayo ako ndani, Owen Baya ako ndani, Aisha Juma ulikuwa waziri. Hiyo hautaona, hiyo hamtaona, wala haiwahusu, sababu mko ndani mnakula. Lakini pale mtakapotoka mnakuja tena kutuadana, kutuambia kwamba tumedhulumiwa. Jamani, Wakenya tuamke. We have to know that sisi Wakenya lazima tupiganie nchi. It is no longer about personality, but it is about Kenya. It is about our country. We don't have option. We have to be united. To unite is not a choice. It is the only option available for us. It is not if or whether I want to unite with others. That is the only option. Lakini tukiendelea hivi tunaendelea, tutaenda mpaka tuta lose hope. Tuende sasa kama Uganda, tuseme wacha tungoje kifo iwamalize. Na watu washenzi hawakufi haraka, sijui anatumia waganga gani. These wicked people, they will never die. Utasikia ndege imeanguka, mwenye amekufa ni ule mzuri munalia. Utasikia gari imeanguka, utasikia mwingine amepata kansa, mwenye amepata kansa ni ule mzuri. Hawa baya huwa wakufi. Mtawangojea sana. Museveni wamekufa marais wazuri akina John Magufuli wakiwa young, ule mwingine wa Burundi wameenda. Lakini Museveni, Mugabe alifika karibu 100 ndiye akufe akiwa amekalia wa Zimbabwe. Kwa hivyo hata wengine mnalia mnasema sijui nature will take its course. Watu bana hawaendi haraka. Sijui kuna uhusiano gani baina ya maisha marefu na uovu. Wicked people don't die easy. So Wakenya lazima tuungane. Mambo ya kuzungumza ishe, tuanze action. Tukiongea mambo ya revolution, pia lazima tuelewe it is a countrywide. Sio tu kwamba tukipanga revolution ni Nairobi peke yake. This conversation lazima ikue county level. Mandugu zetu wamejikenda Kilifi lazima wajue. Usije ukadanganywa kwamba ati sijui Kingi tulimpatia speaker. Sijui nini, sasa nyinyi mko serikali. Nyinyi hamuko serikali. Mwenye ako serikali ni Amazon Jeffa Kingi, yeye ndio jina yake inajulikana na ndio payslip inaingia hapo. And mtu wote mwenye anataka kudoubt, mwambie ngoje mwisho mwezi. Aende kwa bank. Aenda mwambie bank manager wake, nimeambia kwamba niko kwa serikali, hebu niangalie kama mshahara wangu imeingia. Mshahara ile inaingia kwa account ya Kingi. Kingi akiiba aibi wa Giriama. He does not steal on behalf of Wamijikenda. He will steal as Amazon Jeffa Kingi. When he was given opportunity, sababu tulisikia kwamba hii serikali ilikuwa ni ya shareholder. Wakati walikuwa wanagawanya shares, Kingi hakwenda kusema misha yangu nataka wana Kilifi wafanyiwe hivi na hivi. No, alienda akasema mimi ukinipatia speaker Senate I am okay. He bargained for himself. Lakini kesho anataka kuja kututumia na kusema kwamba wajua ni nini. Akifutwa leo Senate, akikuwa impeachment utakuja kusikia si mimi nadhulumiwa bali ni nyinyi ndio mnataka kumalizwa. This narrative we are used to. We cannot buy it again. It is not sellable. Imeisha market. We have to let these leaders know kwamba whatever they were selling for us, sasa imeisha market. Hatuwezi kununua tena. Yes, Ayoga.
Let me just pick it from where you've left it. This narrative of, I think this country is totally sick. This narrative of Amazon Jeffa Muñez, do you know how that thing is killing people down here? Now let's I was in Bamba today, and I went there to distribute certain food products. Let me tell you, Those people don't even
can send part of my contribution, as I've said. I'm insisting on that one. And then before the meeting, you can distribute the papers to the attendees. Let the papers be translated with the help of the person that you've identified as a translator, the person that you'll be with on the ground. And then when you initiate the meeting or begin the meeting, they can easily follow up and they can easily understood. And even after the meeting, they can still have those papers. And then they can also in future, do a reference and all that. Also, I suggested in one of the spaces that if you are good in your local language and you have a phone and bundles, anyone in this space or anywhere, please create translated videos on each and every bill, be it agriculture bill, be it whatever is going on in education, health, everything that has broken down basically. Create a video regarding those things, be it on TikTok, IG, Facebook, Threads, X, etc. Make them go as viral as they can. Make those videos, number one, sensational. Let them be sensational. Let them be interactive. And most of all, let them be emotional. I also noticed that most of the most videos that are made by ladies, sorry men to say this, but most of the videos that are made by ladies are played the most. So please, ladies, take advantage of this as we men also do the same. So this should be done just like how the finance bill was dissected at that time. The finance bill was perfectly dissected in videos during that time. So we can also emulate the same thing, and this will really help in this revolution and dissemination of information. That will be my submission. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Before I go very much, Kyoti, do you have anything you want to say to anyone? Any question to anybody? Before I keep the mic going, or nothing, as well, nothing, you're still here. And to check with my guys. All right, I'll keep the mic going. Buka, I have a question I want to ask you, and I'd ask you give me an answer in maybe a minute, maybe even less, and then we'll go to Abdullah. When you were talking about political education, and me just trying to think about the rural voter, and their behavior in as far as politics is concerned. I know political leaders start their work very early in as far as uko chini ya maji and what they're doing to have certain people drive their influence, but then we always see it become way more alive, a year or 2 years towards the election. So I was asking myself, how can a guy like me, KOT, and anyone else who's trying to leverage the most on civic education from as early as now, because it's never too early to start, how do you think we can be able to take on local organizations and community leaders, and to collaborate with them to create awareness about the political the importance of their political participation, and this is the voter, the regular voter. How can we be able to engage that local organization or that community leader or baraza la wazee or something, and be able to ensure that that rural voter is understanding the impact of their votes on local governance and even the justice that they deserve? I really hope my question was clear.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
DK.
Hello, guys. Kidogo.
Mohammed, just wait. Please keep your mic muted.
Okay.
Thank you. Boka, please go on.
Okay, thanks, DK. And I really like what Good Boy has, there's some examples is given that is very important. And normally for us, we say that if you don't organize, you will agonize. Because you can mobilize people, but at the very end of it, the person who organizes the people will have the victory. That is why even the preachers, they are evangelists, but they are preachers that has more influence in terms of making sure that they live a church. So it's important to leave an organization where you go to do the civic education. You can go to preach, but once people get saved, they need somewhere to fellowship every week. And that is how we came up with this concept of people's assembly. Because people's assembly is, it basically means that if KOT was basically in Muranga, he does the political education extremely well. And just like Good Boy has said, he got also a local person who understands what he's talking about. So it basically means that KOT can have a phone call with this person and bring him new issues in Muranga, and then people will meet in form of people's assembly, either on a weekly basis or on a daily basis. But it has to be regular to discuss issues. So that is one point I wanted to make. So it basically means that now we have more we have more KOTs, we have more DKs, we have more bookers doing this work on the ground. So organization is important. That's one. And then the second one on the local dialect, because I always visit the local radio station and the local TV stations. And also, I visit the national TV stations. But every time I visit the national TV station, I will get more response, mainly from the urban areas. But when I visit local radio stations, like, for example, I visit Ramogi or I visit, this other one that is run by KBC, I find more response from the ground where I come from. So it basically means that we should also make sure that we can push our propaganda or our political education through local dialects to make sure that we reach the people. And I think that was an important point that I'm just making sure that it is important that I repeat what Good Boy said. The local dialects are very powerful because remember the politicians, they go there and spin it in their local dialects. They spin it in Kisi, they spin it in Luo, they spin it in Kikuyu, and make sure that they zombify the entire population. So it's important that we have several people that are doing that. So organize, and always organize. And make sure you leave the last one, DK, make sure that when you go somewhere, you leave people with something that they can refer to. That is why I've been saying that for us, we have reduced certain points, like 13 points, why Ruto must go, and then we've come up with also a political program. This program, if we print it, that means you use it for political education and leave it for printed. You leave it with your contacts and how they can reach us at the headquarters or wherever. So that means it has KOT's number, it has DK's number, it has an email, it has an alternative number. So even if this leaflet drops somewhere in the street, somebody can pick it and read it. And then always mobilize people around their popular struggles, because people don't fight only for ideas. Where we have won elections, even though we are a small political party, is only where we have make victories for the people. For example, Taita Taveta County, where we are very strong in terms of landlessness, we have been able to represent landless people, and some of them have gotten land from the people who robbed land from them. If it is organizing people around, for example, like Kipia, it has been a question of conservancy. So I also really want to relate with Good Boy's idea that we have to pick people's struggle and fight with them and sometimes win with them. Then we can have a good point, because people want to relate with what you are struggling with. For example, the coastal issues are the coastal issues, for example, just giving examples, DK, there is issues about not just the coastal people and people at the borders are struggling to get identification cards from this government. So they relate with it. If you go to Madare, just talk about extrajudicial killing. Each family has had one person murdered by the Kenya police. So these are the areas that I wanted just to highlight. Thank you very much, DK, um, uh, and for the good work you guys are doing. And we hope that we can move together.
Thank you, Buka. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to know one of the reasons why I try to, maybe nothing has picked this up because we've crossed each other on spaces. When I get the privilege to co-host a space with anybody, for me, I don't look to just have people to walk in, do a submission, say their part, and leave. Sometimes I also believe in having just a little bit of a conversation because it is in between that for those of us trying to get some work really, really done, then we're able to put together your thoughts, your ideas, your concepts, and use those to even better ourselves. I keep telling guys when I'm speaking that it is not only that person who has either shown any interest in being in the political space on an elected seat or not that should show the greatest of need to start running this job now. If you want a better country, if you want a better tomorrow, even the skill that you have that you use to give you a meal or put a shelter over your head in one way or the other can actually be impactful in this movement. When Kyoto is running up and down and making sure he's in each one of these counties, as he has committed himself to do, he needs a set of people that are standing with him, not just on the spaces and talking to him on the spaces and encouraging him to keep the work going, but also people that he can reach out to and be able to actually plan more with. My role myself, I am a communications expert and I do digital marketing and branding. So I'm able to look at what he's doing and what we want to achieve in this movement and ask myself, how can I apply my regular day-to-day skill in making this thing better? And so that's why I like to have a conversation with people. So please bear with me if you're with us on the speaker panel just a bit. But right now, as we go by, I want to talk to Abdullah. And then after Abdullah, we'll talk to Mwelusi before nienda kwa Calvin. Abdullah, good evening and sorry for keeping you waiting. Thank you for the patience.
Good evening. There's no problem. Thank you very much for having me and thank you very much for the space. Kenya is going through a very tough time, a time that the state that was supposed to protect people is abducting them. But when you see a state hiring rogue police officers,
Abdullah, just a second. Calvin, could you please mute your mic? Asante, thank you. Abdullah, please go on.
Yeah, when you see a state that's supposed to protect people, but now hiring mercenaries and other rogue police officers or agent of the state, then it means the people's voice is heard and heard very, very loud. It's unfortunate that we have lost comrades. People have died. I tell people it's not the first time people were killed. Kenyatta started killing people. Moi did. Part of Kibaki, people died. Uhuru Kenyatta, it was even worse. Now it's unbaited. Is the man who came saying that he's going to help Mama Mboga and everybody else just turned out to be an outright liar and someone who was just using deception. Because I read somewhere, when you want to help people, you tell them the truth. When you want to help yourself, you tell them what they want to hear. Ruto told Kenyans what they wanted to hear. But you see, the relationship between the state and the liberty of people, freedom, is something that takes very long. I mean, you can't compare Kenya of today, that of 1992. But if you look still, poverty index in the country, especially in the rural Kenya, I normally tell my friends, if you think Kenya is developed, leave Nairobi or leave Mandera or leave Homa Bay and go to the interior and see, the schools that have no desks or teachers or classes or even electricity. I come from Mandera County. 12 years after devolution, the poverty rate still stands at 80%, which means in the last 12 years, the 10% who improved are either county employees or county cronies. We have livestock that are worth billion in northern Kenya. We have land that we'll have used for agriculture. We have wind and solar that will have produced solar power. But none of that is being done because our failure is in the policy implementation. Because when you define a policy or when you define a problem, and then you have set agendas, you will have to formulate and design the policy, then approve it, implement it, monitor. But if you look at our policy implementation mechanisms in Kenya, from Uhuru's time to this time, it is always rushed because they want to make money. Look at NHIF, SHA, SHIF. Someone today went to the Ministry of Health in Nairobi and he was telling me the people who are dealing with the finances at the Ministry of Health don't have no clue what SHA and SHIF are or even how to use the software. Now, these are the people who are supposed to be collecting our deductions, making, updating our accounts. And then when we go to hospital, the amount of money or what the government is also sponsoring is also there. So building a state or building a nation are two different things. When you're building a nation, you are allowing the citizens, the taxpayers, to have the biggest say in how the affairs of the country is going to be run. But in Kenya, it is the elites forcing their wishes on us. You've seen what the Nandi senator is doing. You have seen how the parliament impeached Gachagua. You have seen what was happening with the finance bill 2024-2025. Before that, we had KEMSA issues. Before that, we have the fertilizer. So as long as the political class are being entertained by us. 1 year ago, I appeared on Spice with Ahmed Nasser, and I said there, a day will come that the polity will be so angry that they will no longer entertain the nonsense of the political class, or what the scientists will call, the kleptocratics, people who always think about themselves. So that has come. Now, we have a population in the rural area that is very significant. We have a country that has 13.5 million people connected to smartphones and social media, according to Communication Authority of Kenya. We have about 23.5% of Kenyans connected to social media and smartphones and all this. So we can strategize and speak to different audiences. We here are privileged to have gone to higher level of education. We are connected to, smartphone. We have data. We speak the same language. That is a very limited number when you compare to the people we are supposed to reach. But now, poverty is a problem. And when someone is poor, they only think about the next meal. This is a condition created by the state so that people can remain poor because they invest in services. They don't invest in production. But so we need to educate on our people that what the government is investing in is what they want to make money. But what is important for us, we have two sets of Kenyans living in this country, apart from the middle class, people providing services. We have people in the farmland, people who do farming. Then we have people who do pastoral farming. Then we have pure livestock pastoral farmers like in northern Kenya. So we need a designed program for the people so that Ministry of Agriculture takes the lead. Because why do you put billions in the Ministry of Health? It's because many Kenyans are not getting very good diets or fruits or vegetables or, balanced diet. So they become sick. I said on many forums, when they don't have food to eat, they eat the drugs. So for you to think about the future of this country, we need to come up with a formula where we can influence on the priorities of the people so that farming takes center stage in the budget, livestock and animals, what you call value chain takes shape, so that people in the rural area can do business. Because I was in Capedo, I was in Lamelo, I was in Chemelagot. My brothers, if you go to part of the Baringo, you will be surprised. There's a place called Kagir, just after Marigat. If you go to that place, you will be shocked to think that these are people that have produced 2 presidents. You go to places like Muranga that have no totally access to water. So just because your kingsman is in power does not really mean everyone in that particular. So you don't develop country for regions, you don't develop country for communities, you develop country for posterity, so that people can travel freely, people can farm, people can eat, people have peace. There is no trust in this government. There is no legitimacy in this government, because instead of working for Kenya, it turned out to be a very despotic, brutal, merciless, regime, and we must fight it with our soul. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdullah. Thank you for your submission. Yes, I will. I say we lost Lucy, so I'll go to X-Conform before I talk to you. Wanjira, are you there? There's a question I want to leave with you to think, to just have a minute to think on, and then maybe I'll give you an opportunity to answer me a bit later.
Yep.
Wanjira, are you there? All right. I was just thinking about your legal friends, and just thinking about the legal aspects and legal frameworks that are there in the country, and their role as far as civic education. So I was wondering, are there legal frameworks that currently exist here in Kenya that support civic education initiatives, and how, in your opinion, how can they be improved if they're there? How can they be improved for us to be able to, better engage citizens at that constituency and county level? Yeah, is that question clear? All right. Let me give you a few to ponder on that, and then I'll talk to you in a while. Yeah.
Thank you, DK.
Okay. Thank you. Ex-conformist. Habari ya leo. Ex-conform. I can barely hear you. I don't know if you're talking to me. All right. I cannot hear you at all.
Yeah, I'm trying to
I'm not
fix
sure
my
what you said.
AirPods, so I'll join back later, please.
Okay. All right, so thank you. As I wait for you to join me, Wanjira, do you think you can tackle my question as you go by?
No, just give me a moment, DK. Let me see, because from the top of my head, I'm not sure there's anything that comes up. I know that the
Sure thing.
litigation department within the Law Society of Kenya, I'm not sure that they do civic education. And this is one of those situations where I suppose, I don't know whether pro bono legal work, because civic education from a legal aspect is pro bono work. And I don't know whether it is at the heart of the Law Society to do that, because then it would mean that advocates come and volunteer to do it. So let me see what is available, and then so that I can give you a factual position.
All righty. Thank you, Wanjira, and I appreciate that. I'm sorry I'm hitting some mini questions today. Like I said, I really want to have a conversation with you guys so that we also have a look and feel of where we want to go. Yeah. But thank you so much, Wanjira. Dennis, your hand went up. Do you want to try my question, or do you have something you want to add to us?
Thank you, DK. No, I don't. I want to add to. I want to agree with Good Boy and Buka on that issue of translation to mother tongue, and I think that is the only way that civic education is going to be effective, because we have to communicate directly to the people and be very specific, because ideally you're not going to spend like a lot of time with them, though it is something that should be happening frequently. Remember, this has to be very frequent. For example, we in Nakuru County, we have 11 constituencies. So what we have done, I just want to give you an example of what we are doing in Nakuru County so that whoever wants to translate it down to their different counties can be able to do it, because it's quite easy and it's very well structured. We have 11 constituencies, so we have a team of representation from each constituency. These are the people who help us get the information from the ground. So in their specific constituencies, kuna zile WhatsApp group za ward level na kuna zile za constituency level. So they're able to pick the most concerning matters, whatever is rising matters, or whatever communication you want to pass to the people. And it has become very, very effective. We also have with us a team of, we have a think tank of Voices of Nakuru, that's what we call it. And we have a team of researchers as well. And the researchers include people like data analysts, accountants, lawyers, medics, so that when you're handling a specific department, you are able to consult and get opinion and advice from the professionals in that department. That will help you also to be able to drive your point easier and directly to the people as well. So we also have, as part of our researchers, we have been able to go around social media and to find people who are already outspoken about, civic, justice, social justice. People are already doing civic education, and we've been able to connect with them, and they have joined our think tank group as well. So I have a team of girls who usually speak a lot on TikTok on matters civic education, and they also translate to mother tongue. So what we do is that we come up with topics, different topics, and we are able to discuss, brainstorm, and now that's how they get the content for whatever to execute. And just on that, I want to encourage members to also support influencers. We have a lot of influencers who are doing civic education in their funny ways, in their own different ways. Kindly retweet, download, share, because this is another very effective way of doing civic education, and we have seen it work as well. So thank you.
Let me tell you, influencer marketing, in anything that you're doing, influencer marketing in 2024 is probably one of the easiest ways to create organic engagement, organic awareness, and organic conversion. Because even in a thing like this, it may not be that I'm selling to anybody and they're buying an actual thing, but they're actually buying a dream. So you will have an end conversion faster when you have organic influencer-led conversations than anything else. And that's why you're seeing you will continue seeing in this time and in these moments, you see a lot of them that will pop up, that is influencers and content creators. Actually, let me actually just call them content creators first, who will pop up and of course relate themselves with what is currently there in the space, because that's what they're supposed to do, and that is speaking on social justice, political awareness, good governance, accountability, any of the different topics they may take on. And as they go by, it is in this moment that you will see those that people will be able to clearly relate with, that this person is speaking to us in this clear way. I've been seeing them, it's good that you've mentioned Chega. I've been seeing the different types of them on TikTok, breaking it all the way down to their dialects, their mother tongues. I think it was just yesterday I saw one of two young ladies who actually Kikuyu, and they were both speaking, and they have quite a number of persons that have gone to their comment section and are engaging with them in as far as what it is they were talking about. They brought it all the way down to just regular mwananchi conversation, talked about it in Kikuyu, of course mixing a little bit of Kiswahili and English here and there, but made it so relatable. So thank you for bringing that. That is very much on point. And check it, like I said earlier, mi ukiona nikiboro a little, because I hear you speak and I hear somebody who's actually come up with a framework that is already moving, and I get why nothing has mentioned very clearly. You need to find a way to work together. You will continuously see me borrow around what it is that you're doing and what it is you're trying to do down in Nakuru County. You're doing an excellent job. For everyone else who's listening, please, you can still request the mic. We've just been trying to dig around civic education. With everything that went on, in September, one of the things we talked about when I was able to now get really engaged with KOT is going back to what we all know him to be able to have done best and has been doing for the longest time, which is focus on civic, or as Book has called it, political education. And over the past, I think it's been 2 weeks now, QT, that you've been out. I think you've already done 2 town halls now. I think you've been to Western, and now you've been to Meru as well.
Yes,
and
yes.
So we have 2 more.
DK, I think we've done 2. We've done 2 when we started to do for Nini town hall system, because before we did this, we were just moving from town to town to speak to people. But now we decided to do it town hall. But even before we assemble for a town hall, of course, we walk in those towns to ensure that we talk to people and also welcome them to the venue. Yeah, so we've done 2, but in Mombasa we are going to do 3, because we want to do it in Vita constituency, in Jomvu constituency, and in Nyali. And then in Taita we'll only do 1. So yeah, that's what we are doing. But anyway, even before that, I know you guys, you're always wondering how we do this. But remember, the support that we are getting from you, from a few of us here and there, is what keeps us going. And so Mimi, I've always asked you guys to not to offer so much, but if you are willing to book for us a hall and buy water, that's enough. Because normally we are, like now in Mombasa, we need to have 3 halls, and those halls, at least per hall, we are booking at 5,000. And still in Taita we haven't confirmed, but I'm waiting for a feedback tomorrow. Yeah, yo mali kwingine kwa maji, you guys know what to do. So that's the only thing we do. So sorry for that. Yeah, but that's what you have been doing. Yeah, and so ensure you support these guys. Yeah, Mimi, it will be so tough for me to post my phone number on X, nieke hapa nieke nini, but if you're willing, as you have been doing, just do it. But as we move on, we are going to ensure that we come up with the structures, and they are underway. Yeah, we want to register something that when you guys even offer to donate some few coins, each and every coin must be accounted for. And so we are going to do that to ensure that even we get the treasurer, we get people who plan for these events every now and then, to ensure that we don't have those issues like, oh, CG, you have conned us, you have done this and this. That's why it's so rare for you guys to see me posting my phone number here and there to, yeah. So we are doing that. We ensure you're going to register something that will accommodate each and every person in those who wants to do civic education. And remember, this civic education is not just me and a few people. Each and every person can do it. And you can always join us whenever we are coming to a city or county near you. We ensure that we move forward together. Yeah, I think that's enough for the night. So DK, back to you.
Asante KOT, because having said that, one of the things it will encourage people is, if for example you're there, you're in Taita, where we are looking to. Of course, I know Kioti has some friends there and is talking to some people. But let me use it as an example. Let's say you're in Taita, or let's say you're in Nakuru, where we are looking to come to, and you know how you can be of help in regards to helping us to mobilize people, to getting our message out to more people around even before the day of the town hall. You know a certain hall somewhere where we can go to that hall, tunaweza komboa hiyo hall itusaidie na kazi yenye tunataka kufanya. Then come to us, come to our DMs, talk to us, tuambie niaje, mimi naitwa DK. I come from this and this constituency, this and this county. This is how I believe I can be able to help. We have a group of friends here. We have this, we have that, the likes. Every one of these things that we are trying right now, and Kyoto umefanya poa kuongelea hiyo kitu ya number. Everything that we're doing right now on the back end is primarily meant to be a pure example of preaching wine and drinking the same wine. We are all speaking about accountability from our leaders. We are all speaking about integrity from our leaders. And we can only begin by ourselves if we are going to expect that of those who are leading us. I've always believed leaders are a reflection of those people that they lead. Sometimes it's not always so, but more often than not it is. So, because I also understand that leadership comes in either you have rendered your voice to speak representing others that you speak the same voice, or you've been selected by a group of persons to actually be their amplified voice, then it is important for us to stay in the side of ensuring that we do and act as we say. So we are working towards coming up with some very clear, decentralized. I know there's a bunch of you here who have more IT expertise than I do. We are coming up with some back-end decentralized ways to ensure, one, if there is any form of resource support, whether it is financial support, whether it is actual resource of this kind or that kind, that you help us in this process, then you're able to not only come back to us and ask us how we've done it and we account to you, but you have also a place where you can go and see for yourself. Here is what KOT and team are doing. Here is a place where we are putting together a resource, for example, like a fund drive of some sort. Here is clarity that you're seeing as your money has come in here. Here is where your money goes, and here is how it goes about. Accountability that shows itself to the beat and has you a part of the decision making. Not even people reporting to you decision making that was made. You are a part of it from the word go. Maybe that's what I'm championing for, that's what I'm looking for. And when I was able to see that, when one time we've spoken with Kioti, and I was able to see that we share that interest and that dream of having it that way, that's why I said, you know what, okay, now here's one person that I think I can walk this journey with. Someone who he's willing to put himself on the ground, he's walking on the ground with a few other friends that he has those kind of friends, and I've become a network with him who wants to help him in those towns. And then some of us on this other end, like myself and a few other people that we have, we bring in whatever other aspect that we have: project management, communication skills, marketing skills, digital marketing skills, and any other form of skill that we can bring on the table, so that we can make sure it's a fully fledged team that understands their different moving parts in it. But thank you very much for everyone who's still listening to us. I want to talk to Ndongo before I check if X conform was able to is. Ndongo, good evening. Could you talk to us, please?
Yes, DK, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go on.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, so I'll be very brief, and I just want to give a few inputs on how to conduct the political education. First of all, I would like to appreciate the work you guys are doing, and of course, Mr. Booker is doing a wonderful work with the Communist Party. And one thing I identified which sets revolutions apart is the power of ideology. You see, the way Booker's camp is doing their political education, it's effective because it is backed by an ideology. You see, they're spreading the Marxist maxim, and it is the ideology which gets to stick in the heads of people at the end of the day. You understand? You can tell people how bad a government is, but if you leave them with only that, it won't be beneficial for the cause. You see, the second thing I want to I would like to share is the issue of doing civic education will not be successful if we only point out maybe the bad things of a certain leader or the bad leadership of certain government. We have to leave the people with free thinking. We have to leave them with these ideas so that they can freely think for themselves. I'm saying this because of the example of the French Revolution. We all know it was greatly influenced by the Enlightenment. There was these intellectuals who had these ideas, and it is the people munching on these ideas that gave them the will. So these guys were revolting, not just for the sake of revolting. They were revolting because they had thought freely for themselves under the influence of the ideas from the intellectuals, you see. So in each and every county, when Mr. KOT goes to do civic education, we have to leave the people with enough ideas for them to meditate on them so that these ideas can become the key influence for their present and also future actions. Thank you. That's all I had.
All right. Asante. Good boy, are you there?
Yes.
Good boy.
Yes, please.
When correct me if I'm wrong. When we were talking earlier, did I pick from you that you have some knowledge in as far as project management is concerned?
Yeah, I'm Agile certified.
Okay. All right. I have a question I want to ask you that popped in my head with regard to that.
Yes.
They might actually be two. The first one, what would you say would be a key project management strategy that we can utilize to be able to measure the impact of, the impact and the effectiveness of these our civic education initiative? As we continue to be able to foster some, clear political participation among diverse community groups that we go to. I mean, today we are going to be in coast area, another day we're in central and the different aspects in all those places. So what is maybe one or two key strategies that you think we can be able to utilize to be able to measure our impact and our effectiveness?
All right. Are you okay if I put it on documentation, writing in detail, then forward it to you?
Yeah, that would do. Do you have anything you can summarize in a very short way for right now? And then, of course, you can give us something later on that can take us through even a bit better?
All right. Basically, it's assessment, risk assessment, checking out on the risks involved, and also measuring the should I say the advantages or the outcomes based on the risks that are on the table. So basically, in project management and agile methodology and all that, risks are the number one things that affects the project milestone and the project progress. So basically, you have to check the risks against the outcome against the risks. Then from there, you can basically do an optimization and see how it can be countered, the risks, how the risks can be overcome. Basically, it revolves around the risks. So I'll be able to come up with a documentation. I already have a documentation, so I'll just have to customize it based on what the movement is for, and what will be done on the ground, and then forward it to you. Basically, just need some customization as per the situation we're in. Yeah.
Okay, I like that. Thank you very much. Last one before I go to one more person. Stakeholder engagement, and collaboration. How can that be effectively managed? In civic education projects. For us to be, for us to also be able to ensure that the needs and voices of the community are also prioritized throughout the entire process, even as we are talking. How can stakeholder engagement and collaboration also be very effectively managed throughout this process?
All right, stakeholder engagement. Basically, the stakeholders are the key stakeholders in this particular movement, because without them, basically, we cannot achieve what we need to achieve. That's the end goal. So the interaction with the stakeholders, the key stakeholders, that is the people at the mashinani level, they need to feel that they are in this particular journey or movement. And mentioning that is that they need to be engaged in a certain way whereby they need to feel the same, and which comes to their particular issues, the key issues that they face day to day. So, for example, if the key issue that can face someone day to day, for example, there is someone who is driving a vehicle, for example, and then there are roads basically that they are not maintained. Even if they are maintained, they are patched, and then maybe the substandard materials are used and all that. After maybe 2 to 3 rainy cycles, then that road goes back to its original state. So and then that person has to take their car to the garage every now and then to replace the parts and all that. So in that particular aspect, you identify that particular problem, and then you provide a need to it. Because many of the things, many of the projects that keep on running is you identify a problem, then that problem, you identify a need to it. So like, for example, there's one of the speakers said the same thing. We identify a problem, and that is the problem is what is going on in the system of this nation and the people that are running that system. And then after that, after we've engaged the stakeholders, told them the problems, enlightened them and what is going on, and then we shift them back. We shift them to another dimension whereby we enumerate the solutions that we have to those problems, the solutions that can actually trickle down to them, and those solutions can affect them directly, because the people in the mashinani, they want to feel the impact of change they want to feel like, you see, like the negative aspect of the change to NHIF to SHA or SHIF has impacted even to the commonest mwananchi in the village, the person that probably has a malaria or dysentery or whatever. The negative impact of that particular change has affected them to the village, to the bottommost village. So if we can now turn it around and then enumerate the solution that will be able to even touch to the commonest person in the village, then that will be a very great collaboration with the stakeholders, which are the citizens. So basically involving them in every step and making them feel that they are part of this particular journey, and giving them information that will enlighten them, and also they can use that particular information to change also where they come from or where they dwell. So in a nutshell, it's basically enlightenment, enlightening them, and yeah, I could say that in a nutshell.
Thank you, good boy. I've engaged you on that, and I will reach out to you because of just wanting to understand also what we're doing from project management basis. I don't have any background on that. I have worked with several project managers. And so I believe for us to be more effective, we need to also look at it from that perspective. So thank you very much for that.
All right, thank you.
All right, ex-conformist. I don't know if your AirPods will allow us to talk to you now. Good evening. Am I saying it right? Ex-conformist. Bwana conformist, tuko hapo? Hi, I can hear you, but you're so far away. Do you think you can be able to speak to us without your AirPods? All right, wacha nikuallow fix hiyo. If you can, please see if you can be able to talk to us without the AirPods. Might be easier.
Hello.
Hello, hi. I can hear you now.
Okay. I just got rid of the AirPods. So yeah, what I just wanted to say is I just want to show some appreciation for what you guys doing. You guys are really pioneers in this fight, which is a collective fight for all of us across the African nation. So I like how you guys approach things. It shows a deep level of organization and it shows we are not just doing this fight for our freedom just anyhow. We are intentional with every steps we are taking. That's so very nice. So I've heard a lot of topics today and some kind of platforms. So what I want to suggest is I'd like us to understand and study all events, like from, let's say, from the finance bill, from the protest, and so there are different scenarios that has happened. So like we said about a think tank, we should have also some team working on studying such events and how to avoid such scenario in a different case. So we all could apply the same techniques you guys are applying in across the nation till we can all be liberated from the shackles. So yeah, that's what I want to say. And also, I'd like to, I don't know if it's Sonko or DK. I'd like to talk and see how we could also um, assist in terms of financials and so, because we're not going to lie to ourselves. The fight is more than just manpower. We also need financial stability to be able to continue. what we're doing. I see an Africa where we have people who are our political fighters, people who just wake up and that's what they do. Everything is about the liberation of our people, and through what we have set up, we will be able to tender to their daily needs and bills. You understand? So yeah, and also I have a question I want to pose, but I don't know who's the right person to answer this question. Is looking at the dynamics in the political sphere of Kenya, I have noticed an attempt to destabilize the people because when the movement started, it was under a voice and everybody was speaking at one with as one. But then along the line with the event of Rigati Shagwa, I can see some attempt to divide people along ethnic and tribal lines. You understand? When you look at other African countries, it goes deeper than that. It goes into religion and so and so and so. So how do you think? Because when that happened, I was speaking with some few comrades in Eritrea and Ethiopia, and then we were saying, like, I don't think that kind of movement, like it happened in the finance bill, can happen again because the leaders of this movement are now also divided. So I want to know what you guys have understood and learned from what has happened and how to also move forward. And then my second question is, we should have like a curriculum created or compiled about the civil education, because not everyone is adequate to know what to say. Like someone mentioned, you talk to the people and you leave them something to ponder on. So we have to also, because all these things are skills, and the political parties, they all have this knowledge. So we have to bring it up in a way where we can actually document and study these things. These things goes into marketing, it goes into psychology, it goes into different aspects. So yeah, I'm really happy with what you guys are doing, and yeah, keep it up, keep it up. Much appreciation also to Buka. I've been following for a long time, and then yeah, that's what I have to say.
All right, Asante, conform. To start with, when it comes to contributions, first thing I'll urge you to do, and anyone else who would be very much willing to actually be of any form of support. Two things I'm going to say. The first one is we have what we have on our hands right now. There are civic education. There are actually town hall meetings that are in schedule as we speak that are going to happen later on this week. Kyoto will be having 3 of them in Mombasa. That's Nyali, Jomvu, and I think Mvita. And then he'll be also working on going into Taita as well, hopefully within the same time. Now, as you may have heard him mention before, for example, 2 of the things that we really look forward to having people help us with is managing the hall expenses, being able to get that space, and also water that will be needed during this sit down that we have. Right now, we need about 5,000 for each of the halls. We have 3 halls already that are being looked at for Mombasa. That would come to about 15K. And then we have water as well. Now, if anybody would want to support with regards to that, please reach out to KOT. There's a number he's always shared before, but most primarily I'd ask, please reach out to KOT directly. Just DM, suggest what it is that you'd like to support with, talk to him a bit more, and then we can be able to get closer to that particular goal. That is an immediate goal. Beyond that goal is the second thing that I will say, which is, of course, there needs to be a sustainable kind of system that we can work on that can, one, help us put together the money, but at the same time, remain very accountable and very transparent on how any one of these resources is actually being used. So, Kyoto mentioned earlier, there's something we're trying to work on registering. Now, make clear, it is not a political party. Tafadhali. Me and KOT are not working on registering a political party. It is not a political party. Right now, we are very much focused on civic education. And what we want to put together is an organization that can help us continue with civic education and focus on civic education first. When we're able to do that, it's going to help us to set up some financial structures where we can be able to raise. We have different discussions we're having, from whether it is bank account numbers, pay bill, or even incorporating an mchanga element of some sort into it. So just to be very clear and very pragmatic about what it is that we're going to do. So please just keep that in mind. Look out for whatever information that KOT can be able to share, and we'll be sharing as the weeks go by. But for where we are right now, if you'd like to support us in what is going to happen next week, actually this week, sorry, please reach out to KOT and let's see how you can be of help. All right. Thank you very much, ex-conformist, for reaching out. If someone did catch your question, I'm seeing Dennis's hand up, so I'm hoping maybe he caught one of your questions. He might tackle it, and if not, we'll see if anybody else can be able to go to it as well. Dennis, talk to us.
Thank you. Just to add on what you've said, and at this point, we should, since people are willing to support this cause, it is my opinion that we should now go the whole 9 yards. Let us not go lightly, because it is not something that will be very frequent. You won't going, we have 47 counties. If we were to do this in every county, those are 47 events, 47 days. If we were to do it weekly, those are 47 weeks. So since you won't be doing it very frequently, make sure that when you do it, it is very well broadcasted. Nowadays, at county level and mashinani level, we have people with local YouTube TV channels. We have local, what do we call them? Guys, for media, we have local media stations who usually have reporters, and they have people who gather news, and they, make sure that you also collaborate with them, because these are the people who are in these local spaces. They know their WhatsApp groups. They will share your information. And whenever you're going to do these town halls, then make sure you cover it on YouTube Live. Make sure you host it on a space. Make sure if you're able to indulge other local medias and radio station, make sure they come on board. If you're willing to partner with the media, hata ikuje kwa TV live, why not? This voice has to be heard. There's no point of doing civic education and doing it lightly when people are willing to support the cause financially. If they're willing to support, as long as you're accountable, let us go the whole 9 yards. You need a proper marketing team, because this is a product. This is how politicians take their political parties seriously. Since you want time campaign, 3 months to campaign, you see some high-level marketing in yata corporate or Afikangi. This is exactly how we should do it as well. Like someone said, we are going to copy what politicians do. We are going to use their language, because that is the language that Kenyans understand. We go the whole 9 yards, tutamaliza hii kitu vizuri. Thank you.
Hey, Dennis, you're becoming too close of a friend. KOT is here. KOT can tell you. KOT ni mara ngapi nilikwambia hii kitu? This is a product. Do you remember me telling you this is a brand and this is a product? You have to think about it from that perspective, as in, being in branding and being in marketing, imefanya ni realize kila kitu kwa life yetu unakuwa ukisell, even your own life, even in your career. It is how you package that product, how you communicate it, who you're reaching out to, who it is that you want to speak to at any given time, fashioning the message for them, going the whole 9 yards, understanding there is a 360-degree perspective of it. And a lot of times, for some of the people who've wanted to go out on this kind of movement and program and whatever, one of the challenges they've had is not to be able to articulate themselves very clearly to people who can buy and see their dream. Let me tell you, Kyoti, I am not a person who's ever believed that you need to have millions in your account for you to sell your dream. No, you actually just need to be able to sell your dream clearly to somebody. The shilling, the 1,000, the 10,000, the million that you're looking for is in the pockets of so many people out there, that if you are able to package the thing and take it to them, those are the guys who are holding the resources you're looking for. And if you're able to put it in a proper way, you find yourself having an easier time. Those are the people who live and stand when some funny people stand up and say, hey, akina DK na akina Kioteta labda wakoku wakinunua tumpia na pesa yetu. Those are the same people that will stand and say, you want to see clearly what these people are doing, here's where they're doing it. And guess what? We are actually a part of that trend because they've been able to come and sell it. Dennis, you're going to make me listen to this space again and again tomorrow, because I want to borrow to a few things we've spoken about here, but it's going to be very key for us to go the whole 9 yards. 47 counties means a lot of work. It means, may I believe, in a lot of pre-planning. So it means very soon I need to start making sure that Kioti and I are working on thinking, in 2 months' time, we are supposed to go to a certain town. We've already started discussing with certain people there, muscling together, whether it is people on social media space, influencer we may know, individuals and wananchis who are there. Maybe one of us even did a recce visit. When I'm doing marketing for an event, I have to do a recce visit and go see where in God's name am I going to and taking this message to. And then we are able to fashion up something that goes somewhere very clear. I have had such an amazing last, I think, 2 hours talking to each one of you, who's shared different lines of thought on what we can do. For me, this has been, for anyone who's listened to me anywhere else, you know that I'm a part of a different podcast family. But my job here with KOT has not been on the basis of affiliation to any particular brand or any particular person. It has been a lot about, I met a young man like me who is very passionate about making changes in his country and who have been able to see his dream. And I reached out to and I shared with him what I have as a dream, and he bought in it as well. And so when you see me sit with KOT in some of this, separate from whatever else that I do, is because KOT and I right now, we share a very clear vision, and a few other friends we've made. We share a very clear vision and a very clear dream that whatever change we want to make, whether that change is going to happen tomorrow, next month, next year, and though a lot of people don't want to hear us say 2027, wherever and whenever that change will happen, I believe it will happen by first equipping every one of our people, and the most of them that we can, with that information that has been mostly set away from them by the political elite. So thank you very much for being with us. For anyone who hasn't followed me, please follow us. If, like I mentioned before, if you have anything that you would like to share with us that you can be able to support us with, please tell us your name, tell us your county you're coming from, tell us what it is you can bring on the table, tell us who are some of the people that you know locally, a YouTube channel runner, local news channel, a local influencer, a WhatsApp group leader, a community leader, someone that you know that you can connect us to, that you believe that can be able to help us move forward. Please share with us that information. We're still going on. We're not closing. I'm just going to excuse myself for a little bit. I'm going to allow KOT run the mic for a little bit, moving forward. But thank you so much for everybody who's talked to us, and I'm looking forward to talking to you more. All right, have a very good night. Please stay safe. Please take care. and let us focus on the change that we want to see ahead. Good, you there?
Yeah, sure, I'm here bro.
Wacha nikupatia mic kidogo baba.
Okay, sawa. So thank you so much, Gift, of course, for being with us here for the last 2 hours. And so guys, I think we can just proceed with the discussion for at least 1.5 hours, and then we can wind up our business of the day or the night, depending with where the time zone where you are spacing from. So let us have Mugambi as I try to bring others on the speakers panel. Mugambi, I can see your hand is up.
Hello? Mugabe speaking.
Yes.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, guys, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this moment to thank God, first of all, for availing this opportunity for us to deliberate over issues that are quite crucial towards liberating our country, in fact, which has been taken away by the devil. Personally, I am Mugambi Edward, in fact, from Meru County, and I'm happy because of the progress that we're making. To point some issues here and there is to talk about our consistency, our steadfastness in ensuring that the pattern of this space by which we are sharing is consistent in such a way that we work as a team. We know each other. Most probably, we have our contacts shared so that it cannot bring the issue that the people we talk with here today, tomorrow, we are in another different group. And the day after tomorrow, we are meeting some other strangers. Let us plan our movement in such a way that we will continue ending friends as those who exist, know each other, and plan things that are doable. Again, putting God first, this we are going to achieve. My greatest also opinion is that we partially meet virtually, and the meeting virtually here should be to talk, to strategize, and then we go to the ground. We will not achieve anything if we are always vocal in the social media without necessarily having to extend our discussions to practical application in the ground, in the various regions we come from, in the various counties we come from, in the various constituencies we come from, in the various ones that we come from. Let us connect with the people down there and know the particular issues and letting down by the government that we need to address concerning a particular region, because that is where these MPs come from. This is where these senators come from who are betraying us, so that we can build a political ground that is in touch with the Mwananchi, that is in touch with the particular problems that are affecting people down where they come from. For example, as a resident of Wigembe North of Meru County, in fact, we have grown up with issues of cattle rustling, banditry, and such. But of late, since this government was sworn into office, it has escalated to some levels that you cannot even imagine. We have lost over 10,000 hours of cattle. We have lost many lives. Families have been left without breadwinners. Others have been disabled by gunshots. They have sold their land for medication. Having come from this region that is affected by these problems, and I'm not per se egocentric or rather self-centered addressing issues that affect me. I'm just giving an example of issues that affect people from different regions. Far from the coast, we have another issue. From Western, we have another. From Central, we have another mainstream of a problem. Therefore, since our leaders are silent and they are not even gentle. In fact, I get impotent when you hear people talking about being our regional spokesperson when in his answers the CS for internal security, in fact, that is when we have suffered all this and it comes from this region. He qualifies not to be anything less than, I don't know, even an MC is better than him. What is it that I want to address? For example, if we connect, support, and strategize together, we can clearly petition this government against the loss of lives, the loss of property. For the Constitution is very clear that it is the responsibility of the government to protect rights to property and lives. And that is why we don't own firearms anyhow. Otherwise, you will face prosecution and the penalty will be severe in case you are caught. But someone who has decided to disobey the government, or rather, who the government is using to terrorize others, they are illegally possessing weapons, killing others with them, abductions, for example. We don't need to just look for any other evidence to ask the government where has person A went, who has killed ABCD, what happened to this person. It is the responsibility of the government to know where these people. If it is not the one that asked them, if it is not the one that is supervising cattle wrestling, then they are responsible as the Constitution tasks the government with the responsibility of right to protection of property and life. Personally, if you support me, guys, I have a very thorough plan that can prosecute this government through a petition that we be compensated for our cows that have been lost and the families that have been left vulnerable to poverty without love, they be compensated. In fact, they even go ahead and give us some 200,000 to marry people who have been shot in cattle race. They do it. That one provides an evidence. In fact, they give this token because they know we are foolish enough to think that we have been helped when we could be having millions of money channeled to these families as compensations, as a way of taking care of their daily needs, when all these chaos has happened in the hands of a rogue government. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us embrace our responsibilities. We cannot wait for another generation to be born and then face this ruthless, evil expedience of a government that is failing. It will be a curse on us. The knowledge that God has given us, all the schooling, all the energy and the power, and even these open connections via social media that we can openly deliberate with the people who are abroad, who are in the various parts of the country. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, let us come down to action. Let us talk less in social media. Let us sparingly over you with an intention of connection, and then we trigger our efforts to the ground. That way, we will be felt. That way, we will get political relevance, which is very, very important, so that we can secure our country and most probably take these positions. If you have seen what the parliament has done, cooperating with the president who is a parasite, who is a murderer, who is whatever he is, they just line up behind him. Some tokens are given to them. They vote a very good motion like the finance bill, like the impeachment bills. Lies in presence of media and the world is watching us. My friends, my brothers and sisters, my fathers, my mothers, we will be in a global problem and we will be isolated as a country of liars. When the media shows what is happening in the Senate, in the parliament, in our courts, it will be very handy for us to get the credibility and the integrity to secure even a job abroad from another country. In fact, Raila's case for the position of being the EU leader, definitely, if I'm a member of those voters, I cannot vote for him. He has supported Adan. He is behind the lies in parliament. He's behind the lies supporting a president in the Senate, in the courts. All the trust is very important. Consistency is another, and knowing God is another point that can take us to higher levels. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us collaborate. If you feel that we should deliberate more, you can take my number 0723 567 665. Let us come together. We have it all. We have God. We have knowledge. We can pull up the little we have in order to come together. So kindly, if you feel that you are a lawyer here, in any way you can support, Can you join me as we petition this government for our people's sake? You have lost thousands of cattle, almost 100 number of lives. People are not sick, short, dead. Can someone please deliberate on how we can initiate this action? Why? It will open the government to accountability. It will open the government to be responsible, and they will not just relax knowing that we are dealing with the fools who cannot even know the right procedure to represent themselves so that they can be earned. It is another clever way. It is another informed way of demonstrating using its varied means. Demonstrations are good on the street, but they can be done in various of ways that cannot be done all the time by the government. The last point on the last one is let us shun away from fear. The moment you fear, it means your faith is swaying. It means you are doing something wrong. Let us not fear. Though we must be cautious, we must be careful, but let us not fear when we are confronting oppression, impunity, brutality, lies, and all these kind of evils that our society is facing today. Thank you very much. God bless you. I'm here to listen or to respond to any other question that is raised by any other. Thank you for the opportunity, guys.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Mugambi. And of course, I do agree with you that we need to talk less and act more. Yeah. And so by doing what exactly we are doing this civic education, it means we are acting more than we are talking, because you guys, you've seen that currently we are not having so many spaces as we used to have, though they are so much important, but we thought like it's so wise to go to the ground and try to educate people. So guys, personally, I had a plan, and this civic education, honestly, I didn't. I started this civic education long time ago, even before we went to the streets for the protests. So those guys who have my Facebook account, you can see that every now and then I've been trying to ensure that I talk to mainly.
Yeah, follow me on Facebook. Not the same
people, the people that Mike. So I saw it very wise that we do this civic education across the country. And this is the plan that I had. One was to educate our people in the counties from different constituencies. And then these people, they can now take up from where we've left, whereby they can go deep down to the villages and also educate other people and enlighten them what is really happening in our country and what change we really need to see. And so my target, when I met with a few friends, I told them that I have a target of at least visiting 3 counties per week. Yeah, it means that we are going to use at least 15 weeks to ensure that we've covered all 47 counties if we were to appear there physically, which translates to how many months? A month has 4 weeks. And so if you are going to have 15 weeks to cover all 47 counties, it means we need 3 and 2/3 weeks to ensure that we've covered. So the target was by mid-January this year, by mid-January or the 3rd week of January, next year, 2025, to ensure that we've covered all the counties. And by doing that, if per county we are going to meet, like now in Mombasa, we are going to have 3 town halls in Mombasa. That is Mvita constituency, Jomvu constituency, and Nyali constituency. So in Nyali will cover Kisauni constituency. Then Jomvu constituency will cover people from kunaitwangaje huko huko mahali kuna SGR, mali
SGR train inafika. And then people in Mvita, we can accommodate other guys from Likoni and Chuda and those many areas. So the target was we at least educate 200 people from each constituency. And these 200 people will now go down to their constituency level to ensure that they're educating people in the ward level, at the village level. But now, every now and then when we come back from this civic education, we ensure we are having contact persons, at least 4 or 5 in every constituency or in every ward. And then we are going to come up with a group, probably on Telegram or even on WhatsApp, to ensure that we bring people to educate them more so that they can pass the message down to other people. And so that's what I've been planning since we started this civic education. But then we found it very prudent to have the civic education in town halls. That's when we can see the people we are talking to, how many people have we spoken to, how many people have like they're buying our ideas, and how are they going to ensure that they go down to the ward level and village level to educate them. And so I've always told you that there is nobody who sponsored. I mean, there is no organization that sponsors this one. Yeah, it's from you people. And so far as we speak, we've already secured the halls in Mombasa. Yeah, the 3 halls in Mombasa. I can confirm that one of you guys from this platform already reached out to me earlier before even the space, and we have secured those 3 town halls, which were at 15,000, 5,000 each. So we are remaining with a town hall in kunaitwaje, in Voi, that is Taita Taveta, and also some refreshment, because those guys, whenever they are coming, you cannot just keep people in a hall for more than 3 hours without them getting some water. Yeah, you guys, I hope you understand that. So that's the plan. And the plan is to have as many people as possible who are willing to go out there to offer this civic education, because there is nobody who pays you. There is nobody who pays us, but we're doing it willingly from the bottom of our heart and for the love we have for this country, to ensure that what we have been crying for, good governance, accountability, and transparency, we've already met the demands. So let's hope by January, mid-January, God willing, we'll have come to your county. So whenever you feel like you are a good mobilizer in your county, because we really don't know people in all these counties, but we've been trying to get at least 1, 2 wale wako na chama za kina mama na vijana, to ensure that we use them to do mobilization for us, and at times to book those venues for us. And so if you come from a county that we've not visited, so far we have only gone to Bungoma and Meru, meaning we are having other 45 counties, less 2 counties, less, not 2, 3, because we are going to Mombasa, Taita, and then we'll ensure that we touch in Kilifi and Kwale, but it will not be town hall in those 2 counties, just to see how we can plan for the day to go back there in those 2 counties. Then after that, we'll come back. By next week, we'll liaise to one of the friends, Dennis, here, to ensure that we can see Nakuru, how things are operating there, and any other county that we would have chosen. But thank you guys for whatever you're doing, because it's really, really great that some of you have been showing up for support. And honestly, from where I stand, I feel like we'll need to have something like we register a civic education foundation. It's not a political thing. It's a civic education foundation for the people. and then this foundation will be funded by you people. And so we'll have those structures whereby when you guys are funding these activities, each and every coin must be accounted for. It must be accounted for. Kama town hall tumei rent na 5,000 ama 10,000 ama hata 20,000, then we have to put it clearly in public that this is what we used for this day. Every cent should be accounted for, because I know how money and such things bring conflicts here and there because of the interest. And so we need to get professions in the in the financial sector, those who can do that for us. And then after that, we also need people who can do project management. These things are projects. And the event management, whereby si tunasema we want to go to Kilifi,